Okay, welcome everybody. My name is Vanessa Williams. I'm the chairperson of the Cannabis Control Board. I'm calling this public hearing back to order. It is November 21st. It is 9:03 a.m. and we are conducting this hearing from the Governor's Large Conference Room in Adaloop. Today is our last in a series of 3 scheduled public hearings on the rules proposed by the Cannabis Control Board pursuant to Section 8110 of the Guam Cannabis Industry Act. Our previous 2 hearings were last night and the night before in the same location. In light of the current COVID-related restrictions, we're also broadcasting and encouraging public participation via Zoom. Board members today in the conference room are Vice Chair Daphne Shimizu, Director of the Department of Revenue and Taxation. And the members of the board present today are Secretary Ursula Herrera, Adrian Cruz, Deputy Director of the Department of Agriculture, and I anticipate the other members will be joining us throughout the day. Welcome and thank you to Vice Chair Shimizu for volunteering to be present at the conference room, and thank you to the board members for coming and powering through in our 3rd hearing. And thank you again to our staff at the Department of Revenue and Taxation so much for providing your support always, and especially to accommodate on the weekend so that we can reach as many of the public as possible. We really appreciate that. And welcome to all the members of the public. Copies of the proposed rules are available on file at the Department of Agriculture Director's Office in Manilao, together with the preliminary cost impact assessment of the proposed rules. Both those proposed rules and the preliminary cost impact assessment are also provided on the Department of Revenue and Taxation's website, and the landing page for the Cannabis Control Board at guamtax.com/CCB/index.html. And I'm also providing that address in the chat. The purpose of our public hearings are to afford any interested party or if it be an entity, organization, or business, their authorized representative, an opportunity to present facts, argument, or submit written data or views for the board's consideration and formulation of these proposed rules. To that end, we've also continue to accept written testimony. We'll continue to do so until the close of the hearing today at 5 p.m. And you can submit your written testimony or comments to guamccb@revtax.guam.gov. I've also provided that address in the chat just now. To facilitate today's hearings, we'll call on those who have signed up or contacted us in advance for a allotted time. And then we will then call the people who identify themselves in the chat who would like to testify. So if you'd like to testify, please go ahead and type your name in the chat and in your organization if you're representing one, and we will sign you up for a 15-minute slot in the order that you've signed up. We ask that in consideration of allowing sufficient time for the board members to ask any follow-up questions or make any comments in response to those testifying, that you try to limit your testimony within 15 minutes so we can ensure that anyone who hasn't had an opportunity to testify today can do so. I also want to welcome, I see member William Parkinson has also joined us, who is our medical cannabis cardholder representative on the board. Thank you all. Okay, so without further ado, we'll go ahead and start to take testimony. I believe we have someone who is present in the conference room today who has signed up.
I'm 15.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, they're not here yet. They're scheduled for 9:15, so we'll advise once they get here.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and start with anyone else who wants to provide comment first. And if you'd like to testify today, just turn your camera mic on and we'll give you the floor. there's anyone who just joined us, if you'd like to testify, you just need to sign up by typing your name in the chat, and we'll go ahead and sign you up in the order that we get them. Otherwise, we have our first individual signed up to testify for 9:15. So we can go ahead and recess or turn the cameras off until they're prepared to testify. Just let us know when they're here.
So are you guys cooking for Thanksgiving or are you gonna order out?
I think we're all ordering out.
Man, you know, I'm trying to find a place that does just, I don't want to buy a whole thing, right? Because honestly, I don't want to eat turkey after Thursday. So do any of you know like a place that's selling individual Thanksgiving stuff? Like plated stuff?
I think LSG is doing like packaged or
No,
like a
theirs is a whole meal. It's a
oh
packaged
yeah.
whole meal,
They
like the
have the
whole
50
turkey.
they have the $50 one
King-
where it's like roasted chicken and
King's
something
has
else.
turkey plates.
Oh
Oh,
yeah,
yeah?
Kings, that's
Yeah.
right. And their mash and gravy.
Wow.
It might even have relleno. Who knows?
I think I saw that, but it's Portuguese sausage relleno, and I don't know.
Yeah, well,
I don't know how
maybe,
that's,
may-
I don't know how
maybe,
that's
maybe
gonna
the cook
turn
said
out.
from there.
But does it have the carnation milk and the redzenu?
Ooh.
Oh.
I think Reverend Tax should and public health should maybe do a check on that and see taste test.
Ursula, are you gonna cook or you're gonna order out too?
I don't really celebrate that holiday, but
Oh Lord.
here we go.
Yeah,
I
you
think-
have to give thanks in general. It doesn't
I
you
don't
know.
I don't need to celebrate genocide to give thanks. Thank you. I'm grateful every day. Sana J. Utsala.
Okay, so you can come to my house and cook then since you're not doing anything.
The only thing I like on the turkey is the doggun. And no one's selling just that.
I think we're the only place in the world that probably orders turkey tails like by the case.
There's a few others, but yeah.
It's very specialty, very you can tell we're bored when we're talking about Thanksgiving at 9:32 a.m. on a Saturday.
Okay, I'm not sure if I missed all of the Thanksgiving discussion, but I think Market Deli and Pika's Cafe are also doing plates.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Let me check them out.
Yeah.
So far, the only place I got is King's and what do you call that place? Capital Kitchen.
Mm.
Let's see. Well, nothing on their Facebook. Let me check Instagram.
Yeah, I think that's where I saw it.
Man, they don't have anything. Nothing for Thanksgiving. I wonder if there's a Korean restaurant that's gonna do like a Korean style Thanksgiving. Ursula doesn't do mashed potatoes or American style food, so you know.
That's okay. I think we're okay with the taros, banana, and coconut, I think is what the reference was. I'm like, that sounds good to me.
Sounds like heaven to me. Gotta
Yeah.
try my lemon mash is amazing, but you know, let's go on record to put that in there.
Is there any lemon now? Because it's like all rainy. I can't find any lemon, and I don't have a tree.
I have two.
You have 2 trees?
No, just two little.
2
Thank
lemons.
Yeah, two little ones of the last of the last.
Hey, you know, there's somebody that's doing lemon flour. Ursula, do you ever heard of anybody selling that?
Not that I know selling.
You know, that's what they used to do for a long time, is turn it into flour, and then that's why it's
Yeah.
called bread fruit, right? Because you know you can make bread out of it.
I love lemon. It's very pow too when you bake with
Yeah.
it.
So I see that there's been a few people who's joined us in the last few minutes. For those who have just joined us, if you would like to testify, just type your name in the chat or go ahead and turn off your mic and identify yourself, stating your name for the record and any organization if you're representing one, and we will allow you to testify.
watching you if your video is on. So
Hi, Mr. Linsagen, are you trying to testify? If you are, thumbs up. If not, thumbs down. Okay. All right, are you having a hard time figuring out how to unmute? Let's see. Oh, there you are. You're unmuted now?
Yes,
Oh, okay. Or would you like to testify today?
now.
No?
No, now. Of course, that's why I'm here.
Oh, okay. Okay. So let me just make sure we're still recording. We're live. Okay. Okay. Please state your name for the record. If you're representing an organization, please state that as well. And you'll have the floor.
My name is Sedfree Linsangan. I'm a concerned citizen.
Okay.
Okay, Attorney Williams, my concern is the people that are making investment on this cannabis. Well, you know, they'll be investing money like leasing warehouses, paying permits and fees. Now, my question is this: would the government reimburse them in case my appeal to the Ninth Circuit turn in my favor? That's my concern, because as you all know, my case was dismissed because of lack of standing, and up to now, the court have not issued that I don't have standing. I called them 2 weeks ago, and they told me that it is being fully deliberated, meaning looks like I have a standing, and they are now discussing the merits of my case. And they told me it would take 6 to 8 months before they can decide. Now, regardless of what happened, you know, me or the government can make a petition for writ of certiorari to the US Supreme Court. And my point here, how about if I win? Everything will be gone, will be put into air, all those investments. Would the government reimburse these people? You know, that's my bottom line, because they'll be investing hundreds of thousands of dollars, leasing land, leasing warehouse. And suddenly, the court rules in my favor, then the cannabis law is gone, declared null and void. That's my main concern. Will the government reimburse these people? That's the question, Attorney Williams.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Like any business, you know, there's a level of risk to any business. You could say that if the government decided to reinstate the constitutional amendment which prohibited alcohol, what about all the people who have bars? They would also be closed. So that is a measured risk that any reasonable businessman would have to consider and take.
Well, I don't agree with your opinion because the cannabis law is in the court. Alcohol is legal, and there's nobody suing the government for selling alcohol because it's a constitutional right. Cannabis is not a constitutional right. That's why there's a case in the court.
Sir,
You know,
alcohol was also not a
that's very far from-
constitutional right.
No,
Alcohol
I
was
know
also not a constitutional right at one point.
No, it is at one point correct, but it was amended before they banned alcohol. Now everybody's selling alcohol. Oh, come on. It's legalized all over. That's why my case here is very simple. You know, I care for those people that would be making investment, you know, and in case something happened, they will lose all their investment. That's a valid question, and you need to analyze it carefully. I just relying to you my opinion. Okay.
Thank you for your opinion, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you too for your time and giving this time on Saturday. You know, and commending you guys for bringing this public hearing on this weekend. Thank you so much. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, sir. You too.
Okay.
Did I miss anything else while I was rebooting my computer?
No.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify at this time?
I think maybe, Madam Chair, we should take like we'll just leave our audio on so we can hear and be available on our computer, but maybe take a little 10-minute stretching break.
Yeah, well, maybe I can do us one better. If the board has no objections, I suggest we go ahead and recess and we continue at 1 p.m. today. If we do so, we'll leave a note posted. The staff will continue to be at the conference room at Adaloop, and they will notify anyone who's in attendance and post a notice. And they will continue to monitor the waiting room and the Zoom chat and notify participants who might join that will be resuming again at 1 p.m.
It's 10. That's kind of long, but I'm okay with whatever everybody else thinks. If there's really nobody around, I'll have my computer with me wherever I go, just in case somebody pops in.
Any other board members have
Excuse me,
thoughts or-
excuse me, Madam Chair, I believe it looks like someone raised their hand.
June Kim.
Mr. June Kim. I don't know.
I just had a quick.
I didn't see that.
Hi, just had a quick question. Has the seat cell system been selected yet, or is that still pending?
No, sir, that is right now, I believe at the Attorney General's office, fixing up a few edits, and it will go to Public Health. From there, it will go off to an RFP, but it's still on schedule, and we should be on track.
I see. So it does need to go out to bid?
Most definitely. It is a part of the function of the Department of Public Health and Social Services. They're the ones who are going to procure the system. And yes, it will go out for bid.
I see. Thank you for your answer.
I would also recommend anybody who's putting chats or anything about their particular system that maybe they might want to direct those comments instead to the Department of Public Health and Social Services. It's not a prerogative of the board, you know, to do anything in regards to the seed to sell. That's purely for public health. They are the regulatory agency for that.
Thank you.
For those just joining us, if you would like to testify, please just turn your camera and your mic on and state your name for the record and you can have the floor. Okay, if I don't have any consensus from the board, what we can do is I'll take Adrian's suggestion and we'll take a 10-minute break. So I will see you all back at 10:05.
Mr. Cepeda, you are, your microphone is on. We'll be in recess for a couple more minutes, so please mute your microphone.
Okay, I was supposed to attend the hearing in Antelope, but I went there and the gate was locked. I don't know, I couldn't get in.
All right, let me check on that, sir.
I'm now here. I also emailed you my agenda. I don't know if you have that with you.
Daphne, do you know if the gate is unlocked at Adelup?
So you know what it is our team has actually been going down to the bottom of the steps right here at the kind of the bottom entrance, and the gate isn't open there, but the gate is open if you drive up toward you know, the back side of the building. There is a gate there you could drive up, and then this middle set of doors here right beside the conference room, this is open. So you know, again, we were monitoring, but we didn't notice anybody down there, and we only have a couple people here. But the gate at the bottom is closed, but you can come up, drive up toward the back.
The south gate is open and the north gate is closed.
Yeah, I saw that gate that you're referring to, that is open. However, it says, a sign says, do not enter. So, you know, I didn't want to drive in there without permission. So I'm down here at the West End now online. So can I just do my testimony online?
You can, sir. Just please make sure your computer monitor is turned on, and we will be reconvening in about 5 minutes.
Okay, and do you have the agenda that I emailed you?
Craig, do we have the agenda?
Mr. Cepeda, we're looking now, but we didn't notice it. Was it, Mr. Cepeda, would you please advise on which email address you sent it to? Was it to guamccb@revtax.guam.gov?
That's correct.
I don't have it.
It's from guammixology@yahoo.com is my email address.
We're checking it now, but we don't see it, sir.
Okay, I can resend it.
Sure.
Okay, I will do that now.
Thank you. We're monitoring. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's actually been 10 minutes. So Mr. Cepeda, if you're ready to testify, you can go ahead and testify now.
Okay, well,
Are you able to turn your camera on?
okay, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you. Are you able to turn your camera on?
Well, I thought it was already on. Let me
It's just a blue screen, sir.
Yes, okay, let's just attendee Zoom. I'm having some the meeting has been launched. Don't see your Zoom meeting, launch meeting. Okay, so stop video, share screen. Would it be the share screen, or I'm not quite sure. I mean, everything looks fine here.
All we see is blue.
Okay, how about a video settings? Share screen. Okay, I'm in settings right now, and can anybody help me out? I really am not very familiar with Zoom.
I think there should be an icon at the bottom of the screen when if you can see us on that screen, there's a mute button and a video button.
I see the video button. but it
Okay, it
doesn't.
looks like you just pressed it. Is your camera facing you?
Well, you know what? I have my camera.
It looks like you just turned the video off.
Take that off. Yeah, now it should work. Okay, sorry about that. I put tape on the video. I get a little, you know, I read sometimes people can watch you while you're using your computer. So anyways, I removed it. Can you see me now?
We can, yeah. I can see your outline.
Okay. All right, should I start then?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Marcus Cepeda. My company is Manja Nevada LLC. The company is not currently registered. My background, I'm a food and beverage hospitality professional. I came to Guam in 2006, worked as a food and beverage director for PIC Outrigger. I did some work for UOG, GCC as an instructor. I've had my own business now for the last 10 years in the hospitality business with food and beverage and lodging business, among other type of services. So I understand the sole proprietorship of the business side, and also working for the hospitality industry. I understand that side of it. I was also involved with Senator Rodriguez with the rewrite for the medicinal marijuana. The group consisted of the people that I remember was Andrea from Grassroots, Augie, myself, and there were several other people. So that, and Troy Torres, I was involved with that, and that got approved with the former Governor Calvo. And I've done other type of work, so I'm very familiar with it. The past year, I spent 6 months in Thailand, Southeast Asia, learning cultivation, setting up commercial farms. Since it's a tropical climate in Thailand, I figured that would be a great place to learn how to grow cannabis. And I also went to China to source out high-tech equipment for production, setting up a factory for production of edibles, candy products, chocolates, and bakery products. So I spent 2 weeks in China visiting a company that manufactures these machines, and also being invited to go look at different factories where they have these machines and they operate these machines. So most currently, I have some questions. I am interested in cultivating hemp and doing manufacturing cultivation of hemp, and also manufacturing of CBD edibles. And the questions I have is looking at the current draft of the bill. When you describe cannabis, and I don't have my notes in front of me. Cannabis, it has two different types of species, which you have hemp and marijuana. Now, marijuana is described as a Schedule III substance, which is 3% or more THC. That's considered marijuana. Hemp, on the other hand, is less than 3%. Hemp is regulated by USDA federal. There's already federal laws for cultivating hemp, licensing. It goes under a category of specialty crops. So when you describe cannabis on the draft, you're including hemp and marijuana. So that's my question. Is there going to be specific description of marijuana? Because everything that I read on the draft, it says cannabis, which is two different species of plants. And I'm not going to get into the scientific description and all that stuff. I'm just keeping it simple. My question is there going to be a separation? Because when it comes to hemp, USDA, you have to have a state plan with USDA. So that would be Guam State Plan, USDA. Since we don't have one, we fall under federal USDA. So that's question number one, something to think about. And the reason I'm asking this is because in order to cultivate hemp, I did a lot of research with USDA federal about when they, this is back in 2019 December, when hemp became hemp became a specialty crop. And it was, updating their website. It took them up until about February where you actually had all the information. Whereas hemp, okay, you can get a license, you can cultivate hemp. You can also have it tested locally in laboratories. So when I know back in 2017, when we were doing the Senate hearings, the big issue was laboratories. And there's a lot of expense in putting together a laboratory to do the testing. That's kind of what held everything back. So if my suggestion is if you can legally test for THC for hemp product, why could you not test it for THC marijuana products? And this is all on the USDA website. Later I can provide you all the information. It's got everything detailed how to go about doing it. So that is one option. That's the laboratory. In addition, with the seeds, let me see if I can just pop out of here. I wanna go back to my notes here because it's important. Okay, I got my notes in front of me. Okay, can you still see me?
See your outline.
Okay, can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you.
Okay, so I have my outline in front of me now. So I'm just going to back up to the beginning. And my first question was, and this was something that I proposed 3-4 years ago when we were doing the Senate hearings, is proposed legislation to approve business license for smoke cafes and parks. Designated cafes would increase revenue for current establishments to a new market, plus tax and revenue can issue a special license with conditions.
Sir,
And
it's kind of windy. Could you repeat that first question? You kind of broke.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, it's kind of rainy down here now. So my question is proposing legislation to approve business license for smoke cafes and parks. Designated cafes would increase revenue for current establishments to a new market, plus tax and revenue can issue a special license with conditions. Now,
So just to be clear, so you're saying a cafe that is not necessarily a retailer or a cafe who can apply for a separate license to allow smoking on their premises. Is that what you mean?
well, it goes further than that. I mean, those are good points. You can smoke cannabis in a designated smoking area according to the law, from what I understand currently. So what I'm asking is if a cafe can have the product on premise and offer it to the guests, just like they're offering a wine list. So where
So this is a normal cafe, that sells coffee as well. Not just a cannabis cafe, but like a normal beverage restaurant.
Yeah, okay, well, let's define it, okay? An establishment that has a sanitary permit.
Okay.
Okay. If we want to go further, an establishment that has a liquor license.
Okay.
So you would have these establishments that would offer different strains, and this is not new. I mean,
Sure.
I anyways, I'll skip that. This is not new. Where you come in, you want to smoke. You go to a designated area. It could be
Outdoor, whatever.
Outdoor, yeah. However, the rules and regulations are applied, and the cafe would offer like a wine list or a beer list.
Sure.
And the patron can.
The only problem I would see in that is that the alcohol, tobacco, what are they? I forgot what's the acronym for them. The ATF.
Yes.
We can't mix a place that has cannabis along with alcohol and tobacco. So we'll just limit our hypothetical place to like a cafe that sells coffee and tea.
There you go. A sanitary permit then?
Sure.
No liquor license?
Right.
Okay.
In our hypothetical.
Hypothetical. So So that's what, you know, that's something that I'm proposing, it if you would consider that. I think that would help local patrons
Sure.
to increase their revenue, and of course tax and revenue would benefit from that.
Right. We already have I think a couple of others that also express that, and it is something I think that the board is going to deliberate about you know, areas or businesses that might want to engage in that, whether that would be edibles, whether that would be smoking. That's something that we would have to, because we also have the Natasha Protection Act to contend with. But as we know, there are examples on Guam of places that do have those kinds of specialty things. And so that is something that the board will be thinking about in our deliberations.
Yeah, like Mac and Marty's, for example.
Correct.
They allow smoking inside, and they have a ventilation system, an exhaust system that takes the air, that takes the smoke out. Okay, great. Other one is at 9307 on the draft. Cannabis seeds can only source locally. Now I don't know if that has been discussed.
That's a federal prohibition, sir. We don't have any control over the federal law, and so as we know, cannabis is already on the island, along with a variety of seed strains. So that's something that we don't have the authority to do anything about the importation of that substance. That's a federal thing.
Okay, but you're aware that you can receive cannabis or marijuana seeds through the mail legally in the United States.
That is a iffy question.
Well, I have the documentation from USDA federal that you can.
You can when it comes to what is it, hemp seeds, because they have a lower percentage of a THC. Which is what the legal definition of hemp is according to the USDA. And just to go back to your previous question, yes, the Department of Agriculture is already formulating a state plan for that. There are other interested people who want to engage in the hemp business for a variety of reasons, textiles, rope, etc. And so the Guam Department of Agriculture is already working on a state plan for that.
Okay. Now you're saying that there's THC in seeds? Is that what you're saying?
The crop species, what delineates marijuana from hemp is the amount of THC that it yields, and so those seeds are already regulated by the USDA. As far as people that want to engage in the hemp industry. And
yes,
as far as I know right now, you cannot import marijuana in any form or fashion into the island of Guam, since it still is on the schedule. So if you have some kind of document, if you would kindly please just email that opinion to us, that would be very helpful.
Sure. Okay. Well, let me back up with this subject. First of all, according to what I have read, seeds do not have any THC, so they would not be categorized as marijuana, because marijuana is categorized as 3% or more THC. Then it's considered marijuana. Schedule 3. You have to follow rules and regulations in whatever type of business you're doing. So if I receive seeds from the United States or from a vendor, I cannot be prosecuted for having seeds through the mail because there's no THC content in the seeds. Seeds can be used for fishing, for feeding birds, for other type of purposes. So this is what I read, and I will forward it to you. So you have that. So my question is, would I guess with the rules and regulations, is that something that can be reviewed and have it looked at and really look at the law as to what the federal law is according
Most
to?
definitely. Most definitely.
Okay.
So yeah, if you could send that to us, we will, that's a very, very good point. And we will definitely take that into consideration. If you could help us out by sending us some of the resources that you have.
Sure. Okay. But moving on to my next question. Okay. When we discuss again, I reference marijuana as marijuana, not cannabis, because cannabis has two different types of species. You have the hemp, you have marijuana, and then there's also the scientific name for them. So I'm just keeping it simple. So with marijuana plants, when we say a marijuana plant, when do you distinguish for that plant to be a marijuana plant with a THC level of 3% or more? Because a seedling is not going to have THC. A junior plant is not going to have THC. There's a certain time that the plant becomes a marijuana plant. So my question is, if I'm cultivating, let's say, hemp, and I have a license to cultivate hemp, and somebody says, hey, this guy's growing marijuana. Authority comes, oh, you got marijuana. No, I go, I have hemp. So how are we going to distinguish whether the plant is a hemp plant or a marijuana plant? If I have seedlings, I have a plant that's 2 weeks old. It looks like a marijuana plant, but it's actually a hemp plant. So how are we going to distinguish whether it's a marijuana plant or a hemp plant? And that marijuana plant, in order to be marijuana, has to be 3% more THC.
Right. So like I said, the Guam Department of Agriculture is working on the state plan. Of course, any farmer will have will need a bona fide certification to engage in agricultural activity on a commercial level. And so, of course, your license will state whatever it is that you're growing. And yes, thank you for your very valid point. And if you could send us the info that you have. Thanks, sir.
Okay, I have that. I will send that to you. My next question. I didn't see any of this in the draft. I'm interested in doing agriculture, cultivation, and manufacturing of edibles with CBD. Now, or it could be marijuana, higher content of THC, higher than 3%. So when I'm cultivating product, and let's talk about marijuana. I'm cultivating product, and the product that I'm cultivating is going to be for flower purposes. It's going to be for infusion. I'm going to extract the CBD, and then I'm going to infuse it into the recipe, and then I'm going to manufacture edible products. Now, the product that I'm cultivating and transferring to the manufacturing plant, am I going to be taxed on that product? Since I'm already going to be paying tax when I'm selling the product to a distributor. I'm going to be a wholesaler, so I'm going to acquire a wholesale license. I'm going to acquire all the specific licenses that I need for cultivating. My question is, will I be taxed for product that I am cultivating as a material product for my manufacturing plant?
Well, I guess I'll go ahead and address that. As the rules are proposed right now, you cannot hold more than one license, one type of license. So you wouldn't have a cultivator's license and a manufacturing license.
Yes, I did read that. That's on my list. Maybe I should have addressed that one first. Now, before, you could hold multiple licenses as long as you are not the distributor. Would you consider going back to the old rules and regulations, or not old? I mean, they're still in place for the medicinal. And the reason is for that example I just gave you. And the reason for that, I mean, I can give you many examples. So one that comes to mind is the price gouging and also availability. What happens if I have investors spend $3.7 million, which is my factory, which I have it costed out to do this manufacturing, which is 100 jobs. All of a sudden, I don't have product. I cannot now run my machines and fulfill orders because I have cultivators now holding me hostage for the product that I need. And that's one of the reasons that I want to do my own cultivation. Or we have a bad season, or we have storms, or whatever the case may be. For this type of investment that generates jobs and revenue for the island of Guam, not able to have multiple license really deters investment in setting up factories to do this type of business.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Okay. Okay. Just going back to the rules and regulations for multiple licenses. The one license you cannot have as a multiple license is a distributor license. You cannot be a manufacturer or cultivator and have a distributor license. Yeah, because you can cheat. You can cheat that way, right? It's easy. I mean, you can look at it. So, however, they allowed you to have a cultivator license and a manufacturer license in the same facility. That is the rules and regulations currently for the medicinal. So I am asking if you would consider going with those rules and regulations. And the reason for that is I don't want to be held hostage by a cultivator with price gouging or them running out of products. Then I have to stop my machines. I got 100 employees, $3.7 million investment. Then what happens? Everything stops. It's almost like your steakhouse, and all of a sudden your distributor is telling you, well, you know, I have to, you know, increase the price by 50%. Then you're kind of like held hostage with that. Whereas if you're the cultivator, you manage your product, which is an ingredient for your recipe to manufacture the goods.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point that I'm making.
Sure.
And
we're always willing to take things into consideration. Thanks for that.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on. So I had just put this on the agenda that I emailed you. What is hemp? Hemp cannabis plant is defined having 3% or less THC. Plants with 0.4% are classified as marijuana plant, despite the fact not going to have noticeable psychoactive effect. Varieties of cannabis sativa are types that contain 3% or less THC by dry weight, while the legal definition above had not been legitimized until the Hemp Farming Act of 2018 had passed. So I'm going to send you this information, and we already discussed this, the difference between hemp and marijuana, which is they are under the cannabis species. So I just needed to have clarification with when I read the rules and regulations. I'm understanding that applies for both because it's saying cannabis, whereas marijuana is marijuana, 3% more THC. Hemp is hemp, less than 3% THC, which falls under the cannabis species. So I just wanted to make that point.
Okay. Thank you for your comments, sir.
Okay, I'm almost finished here. I don't want to take up much more of your time. My question is, what is Guam Food Code? There was no definition for that. I assume it's Public Health Food Service Standards?
Correct.
Okay. So having a hand sink, triple sink, grease trap,
yeah.
all the requirements.
All the normal things.
For operating a restaurant, food and beverage facilities. Okay. 9402 cannabis infused products. It's saying that lollipops, gummy worms are prohibited. My question is, well, any products that's going to be sold are going to be labeled. You have to be 21 years old to purchase them, just like you're purchasing cigarettes or alcohol. When you purchase alcohol or a pack of cigarettes, I mean, it's the parent's responsibility for the child to not to drink the alcohol or smoke the cigarette. I would like consideration for the cannabis edibles to be treated the same way. And the reason for that is lollipops, gummy worms are a popular item. If I've done the research, and those are like the #1 sellers in the United States. When I looked at these machines, the casts to manufacture these candies, I mean, those are the most popular casts that they sell. Imagine you go to a nightclub or a bar, instead of ordering a Jack and Coke, you order a lollipop with THC.
Sure.
You don't drink. You know, it would be something that's going to be trendy, posh, something that is easy. A gummy worm. I know before we lost all the tourists, I talked to tourists because I'm in the tourism business. I asked older people, would you eat an edible, a gummy worm? And the response was, yeah, as long as it's like a bunny or, you know, a nice image of something. And I go, would you eat a gummy worm versus smoking a joint? She goes, no, I wouldn't smoke a joint. That's illegal, but I would eat a gummy worm. So my question is, would you consider letting manufacturers manufacture lollipops and gummy worms? Something to consider.
Sure. Thanks for that. Yes, that has been brought up before, and that is something that the board, you know, would be open to consideration.
Okay, I have just two more quick items. Laboratory. I know the laboratory was always a huge issue because of the expense and recuperating your investment. However, I did briefly talk about the laboratory where since hemp is a specialty crop and it also has to be tested according to USDA federal. There's federal guidelines with hemp, with specialty crop. And from what I read, and I'm going to send you this documentation, you can have a local laboratory do the testing and not have any issues with federal funding. So
yes, there are already interested businesses that would like to do that. And that is already, we can already have a laboratory. We already have rules. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Reverend Tax, that it's available if you wanted to do that. And there are already interested parties.
Are you talking about building a new laboratory?
That's their business decision. I'm not sure what they have in mind, but I do know that there are interested parties for a laboratory. Whether they're going to co-opt one or whether they're going to build one from scratch, I'm not sure.
Okay, because as we know, that has been an issue for the last 5 years.
Right, and one of the issues with that, especially during the medical time, was the lack of customers, the lack of businesses, and that I think has been a big prohibitor in that business field. But now that there is going to be a legal market, I think that there is a profit to be gained for that, and that is what aroused the interest of these other parties.
Okay, and also not only what you describe, also building one,
right,
and having the technician certified.
That's up to them.
Okay, well, my point is, when we had a Senate hearing about 3 years ago, we had a medical doctor that came from the States, and he described what it takes to put together a laboratory, and he was talking about 12 to 14 months, because you have to have these technicians trained and certified for that particular site. So that kind of raised a lot of eyebrows, especially if you're building one from scratch. You know, if you're building one from scratch, then of course with building permits and the timeline, materials, building it, that's an easy 18 months. So you can take one that's already built, bring in the equipment, you can maybe get it going within 8 to 10 months. So that's just something to consider. The other option is what I'm describing.
Sure.
I can send that over to you, and you know, you guys take a look at it, and perhaps that could be a different option.
Sure. Thank you, sir.
And then the tracking system for plant to harvest.
Seed to sell. Seed to sell.
Seed to sell. Okay, that's your description. That's a description of the rules and regulations. Seed to sell. So is that I know that was another issue. That was, you know, the laboratory in this one was a $250,000 investment for the government. And what way back when, what we had discussed, there's other systems that are a cloud system that you can purchase for about $35,000.
Right.
So
that is currently gonna go out for a bid via the Department of Public Health and Social Services. I'm not sure if they're on right now. I don't see their representative.
I do, Adrian.
I'm here. I'm here.
Sita Pangilinan, representative for Public Health and Social Services. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. I'm so sorry I'm late, but yes, so the seed to sell is with the Attorney General's office and has gone back for a second review. And so we're pending a return of that. I mean, for them to return it back to us after a second review.
And Zita, if I'm correct, if it gets the all clear, I think Public Health is going to send it out for bid. Is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Well, great. I guess my last question is what is the timeline do you forecast for Public Health and Tax and Revenue to issue a license to do cultivation, to do this business?
I guess I could speak on that. We can't say for sure. And the reason we can't say for sure is we don't know. Once these public hearings have concluded and we've deliberated on the information provided to us through this test, these public hearings, and made any revisions necessary, then it has to go through a process by submitting it to the governor's office, the attorney general's office for review, the Department of Administration for their review, and before it ultimately gets transmitted to the legislature, in which they have a certain time to act on it or hold a hearing on it. So once it leaves our hands, it's out of our control.
Okay. So would you say like 6 months would be reasonable?
I'd say it'd be reasonable, but I couldn't say. I mean, I just couldn't say.
In the worst case scenario, the legislature has up to 90 days on their end. So yeah, we really couldn't say. It would totally be out of our hands once we've submitted our rules to the aforementioned agencies and entities.
Okay, because the reason I'm asking is, you know, we're in this pandemic, and you know, this pandemic could last another 3 to 6 months, hopefully 3 months, and then from there, obviously, going through the licensing process. This is not a small business. This is, I have financial plans, business plans for both doing indoor and outdoor agriculture, and indoor hydroponics will run you about $470,000. Outdoor will run you about 200,000. and it's a pretty good size investment. I want to plan ahead, just like any businessman, plan ahead and have some kind of timeline where I can say, well, you know, I have this amount of time to prepare and have my investors be ready to invest within a certain amount of timeline. So that's the reason I'm asking the question, nothing more.
Okay.
And that's all I have. And thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Any members of the board have any follow-up questions or comments for Mr. Cepeda? Okay, thank you, Mr. Cepeda. Next we have Raj Mukherjee. Can you please state your name and correct my pronunciation? I apologize.
I don't have to. It was perfect, Madam Chair.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Sure. Thanks to the commission for allowing the public an opportunity to speak. Now I'll try to be brief and just share a few thoughts from my experience in the industry, where I've been involved ever since my father, before he died, was the first patient member of one of the nonprofit medical advisory boards of the New Jersey Medical Marijuana Alternative Treatment Centers, as they were called, which is my home state. I'm trained as a healthcare attorney. Served as a local prosecutor for a few years, but in recent history, in my day job, I've been the CEO of a multi-state medical cannabis company, which is expanding into regulated cannabis or adult use cannabis. I commend the citizens of Guam for doing this from a social justice perspective. Expanding medical to adult use, obviously we think is the right thing to do. I won't spend a lot of time on all of that since you've already made a determination to legalize. But we, stand with paying attention to social equity, making sure that the product is safe, is lab tested for patients and consumers, that it's taxed and regulated, and diverted from the illegal markets. So stand with that decision. And we're talking with local Guam residents to try to potentially come in to that jurisdiction and help create jobs and provide quality, pharmaceutical grade quality flower and extracts, and bring our IP to help local Guam residents, since of course it must be a majority Guam resident owned business. But we have done this in several jurisdictions, and my partners have done it in other jurisdictions as well. So we've learned a few things from some of the policy making processes that we think were done right, and occasionally when maybe a couple of states got it wrong and they wish they could go back and redo it again, but it's hard to put the genie back in the bottle. So my humble counsel would just be that you could, rather than reinvent the wheel, you could probably take some lessons so that you don't end up like Oregon or Colorado, where there's massive oversupply, which gets diverted to the illegal markets, and maybe follow, I think, the prudent lead of recreational jurisdictions like Nevada and Illinois. Recently, just a couple of weeks ago, the people of my home state, New Jersey, voted overwhelmingly in favor of legalizing for adult use. Arizona did the same thing. Actually, 5 ballot measures throughout the country, obviously, this past election, marijuana won. And in those states, they've tried to measure the density, the potential adult use market, the consumer population, how much marijuana will be consumed, and how much you need to grow to divert it from the illegal market, and also how many patients will continue to be served. Because you look at marijuana, you look at cannabis in 2 ways. Even in an adult use market, it is it still serves compassionate palliative purposes for relief for patients with debilitating illnesses, whether it's dropping their seizures or terminal illness, cancer pain, appetite loss, nausea, all of these things. you're still going to have many medical patients in a recreational market. It's just it's an over-the-counter drug. And then for other consumers, for recreational purposes, it's a vice. It's better, like tobacco, like alcohol, to regulate and tax and divert profits from a vice from cartels to local residents, create jobs, boost economic development, ensure minority communities aren't being locked up for it. But just like smoking, just like alcohol, and not all vices are created equal, it's still a vice when it's not for medical or compassionate purposes. So you also, while legalizing it, have this kind of these two countervailing principles. You don't want to encourage increased usage rates since it's a vice. You don't want youth rates to go up, and we have seen that happen in states where there's sort of an oversupply or proliferation, higher density of dispensaries beyond what is actually needed. So you want to kind of balance these things, these concepts. So when you look at the estimated in the Guam reports, the estimates of the number of potential residents who will be consumers, and God willing, post-pandemic, when the tourism industry returns and thrives again, the visitor population, the tourist population that will be consumers, you want to make sure that the folks that get into this industry, who are looking at it a lot of times like they have in many states as the green rush, I just remind you and caution you about the gold rush. When most of the folks who made money, they weren't the miners. They were the people who sold the picks and the shovels. You don't want this to be an industry where consultants make all the money, promising folks delusions of grandeur. You're going to come in and get rich quickly off of marijuana. That is not what has happened on the mainland. That is not what has happened in most jurisdictions. In fact, in many places, folks have lost their life savings, and it's hard, and it takes years to recoup your capex in this industry, unlike others, because of 280E and the Internal Revenue Code not being able to deduct your expenses in the marijuana industry. And you have to pay taxes on your gross receipts because of the way the federal government has taxed this industry and interpreted an arcane provision of the tax code going back to the late 70s or early 80s, when an illegal drug dealer, not licensed by a state or territory, got in trouble and ended up deducting expenses for that drug dealing operation, but it was deemed an ordinary and reasonable expense. And so the courts let the person, Edmondson, deduct the expenses, and Congress reacted by saying you can't do that when you're trafficking a controlled substance. 40 years later, we've never updated the tax law, even as states and territories have legalized marijuana for recreational purposes and medical purposes. The reason I bring that up is you don't want someone to come into the industry and not be able to recoup their capital expenditures. It costs millions to set up even a small grow. Costs $1 million to $2 million between working capital, build out, and everything else, just to open up a retail store, excluding the cost of your inventory when you acquire it. And what's going to happen to that oversupply when the folks who build out the grows and the manufacturing facilities, and they have nowhere to put it, is it ends up in the illegal market, as we've seen in a very troubling way occur in Oregon and some of the West Coast jurisdictions. So when you look at those numbers, when you look at the what it seems like a pretty ambitious projection, which I hope, of course, you meet, you see the potential consumer population in Guam. You can compare that to many of the states. The number of potential facilities that I've read about and heard about from my local friends seems pretty high, and it would make it difficult for it to work. And that's no matter who's licensed, whether I'm fortunate enough to participate with them and get licensed in your state or not, right? I was thrilled to see, I served in the Marine Corps as a sergeant. I saw a number of Marines that reported in the newspaper that wanted to set up a lab. Guam residents, I saw folks that want to grow, folks that would like to retail, if it's non-vertical. And what we would like to, what you want to see, if you want to have organic, pesticide-free, fungicide-free, pharmaceutical grade medicine and or, recreational relief for the people of Guam, you want to make sure those standards, you hold them to the more stringent standards. That means that, it's probably going to be greenhouse grown in a hybrid light deprivation type of environment or in an indoor environment, which is going to drive up the costs of production. But it shouldn't be about the lowest cost marijuana if you want to protect the consumers and the patients who are going to get relief from this in Guam. It should be about lower margin, higher cost, higher quality, safer, organic product. And that means you're going to have to avoid an oversaturation. 14 to 15,000 potential resident consumers and maybe 60,000 tourist consumers, compared to Delaware, Maryland, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, New York, Connecticut, Virginia, Florida, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico. These regulated environments, Illinois, right? And you look at the ratio of growers to people or dispensaries to customers, retail stores to customers, one would be perhaps too many to serve that population, but obviously you're going to need to do it differently. It's a smaller jurisdiction, it's a smaller population. You need to create opportunity. You want to have multiple licensees and you want to create more jobs. So I respect that you're going to have to blaze your own trail in Guam and maybe not look at the normal economic, the conventional economic models that you see stateside. But even then, to make it work without enduring a loss, to have a ratio of more than 5,000 consumers to 7,500 consumers per cultivator becomes kind of untenable for folks that are going to do this in a legal, safe, regulated manner, given the investments, especially if you want to have folks earning a living wage, and you want to create union jobs. You want them to have the protection of a collective bargaining agreement by a labor union that has participated in this space. Because otherwise what you see is there's some folks that are the best intentioned folks, a lot of Guam residents that want to do the right thing when they create jobs in this industry, experienced Guam business people that work in regulated environments before, that want to help their neighbors out and make a living and make money, but you can do well while doing good. But there are others that are going to see dollar signs in this industry that are going to, I've seen a lot of shady people in the cannabis industry, just to put it bluntly, no pun intended. So I think what you're going to want to do to avoid minority-owned and social equity operators from coming into this place and being victimized and then not getting a return and failing and losing their life savings and things like that, so that it's not just big multi-state folks that come in with 49%. They can sustain the losses. They can sustain the losses for 5-7 years because they're going to wait for federal legalization when you can go across state lines. But the little guys and the locally owned, truly locally owned small businesses, they can't sustain losses for beyond 2 or 3 years. So capping the number of facilities, particularly in the early stages, to avoid that, I think will be important for the folks you want to serve and the jobs you want to create. Preferences to protect those workers so that in case a couple shady characters do get into the industry and they want to pay minimum wage and they don't want to offer health benefits, even though many regulated cannabis operators should rightly view themselves as healthcare providers, but you don't afford health benefits to your workforce or retirement benefits. So they got to choose between taking a sick day and their family's well-being and coming to work, especially in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic. That's not right. They can be protected if you prioritize folks with collective bargaining agreements and labor peace so that they have the protections of union jobs, good paying union jobs. Value research and development. If some of these operators are willing to reinvest by partnering with the higher ed institution in Guam, and if they bring the experience of clinical research from you know, medical school or hospital as part of their ownership structure. That ought to, I think, better the ability of Guam residents to fill the gaps in the literature. We know the munchies effect helps with appetite loss for a cancer patient, but we don't know what specific strains are associated with these debilitating illnesses, or what constituent cannabinoids can be isolated to particularly help some of these symptoms, alleviate some of these symptoms. So that's the kind of thing you want to look out for. And I would suggest to you starting out with more than 3 growers, more than 5, 6, 7 dispensaries might be hard on the industry. And you can always measure the numbers and add more if you think the need arises or the population grows. But you're never going to be able to take a permit away, and you don't want to create an oversupply or increase youth usage rates because you have too much of a density. I'd be happy to take questions about the industry, but I just wanted to share those few thoughts. I want to commend all of you for what you're doing, and the commission members, and wish everybody continued health and safety, you know, with what's going on in the world right now.
Thank you, sir, for your comment.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board members? If not, I have a question. You mentioned that, well, I think you just mentioned that if I'm understanding this correctly, you believe more than 3 growers might lose an oversupply based on the projections, the usage projections from our local population and the visitors, correct?
That's right. Just based on what I've seen, and I may not have all of the current information.
What would those estimates be on the yield per grower or cultivator?
So I think, if I'm not mistaken, was did the drafts have, or some of the reporting suggest that you were looking at 10,000 foot canopy caps, or 5?
That would be the largest canopy.
The tier, right? So by way of illustration, right, I think in New Jersey, we got over 100,000 patients, 9 million people. We've had 6 growers supplying that patient population. They just increased it to 12 over the past year. They're not all operational yet. And the facility that I was at before that we were running, they had about 7,000 feet of canopy, serving roughly 15 to 20,000 patients just out of that one grow. And you're talking about, do the math on the amount of flower. Before they expanded the grow, between 200 and 400,000 ounces a year. So if you had, let's say 1 grow at 10,000 feet fully built out, and 2 grows at 5,000 feet of canopy, depending on how you're measuring, whether it's flower canopy or whether it's total grow space, you're easily going to supply several Guams with that canopy.
Okay, thank you.
I can definitely I can definitely get into the lights and try to do, I can have my grow team come up with more precise estimates just based on how you can maximize the number of lights and whether you're double or triple stacking in that square footage. If it's helpful to the commission, we can model out various scenarios of exactly how much flour and how much in extracts you could produce off a small manufacturing based on those tiers of square footage. If it's helpful, you know, we can give ranges and things like that.
If you have that information, I myself would love to see it. I think we'll consider that when we're deliberating on the testimony today. You can email it to us. I think it's ccb@guamrevtax.gov. Let me just double check.
No problem. I think I have the email. We'll work on that over the weekend and try to get you something by early next week, if that's okay. Or is that past? Is that past the comment period?
Yeah, the comment period, official comment period closes today, Guam time at 5 p.m. So that's in about 6 hours. I mean, your comments or estimations are appreciated. I just trying to understand, you know, based on the testimony you've already provided, you know,
Sure.
what are you basing this on?
Understood. Yeah, if it's helpful to the commission and you're soliciting it, we're happy to follow up with that. It just take me a couple of days to have our folks put that together for you.
Okay. I don't think I have any other questions. Any follow-up from the board? Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. McCurdy.
Thank all.
I have, we actually had Mr. John Savares had signed, wanted to testify last night and signed up for today. So I was going to get to him next. And then Daryl, Daryl Harris. But just to let you all know, we will actually be going on our break, midday break at 11:30. And so I'm not sure that we're going to be able to get through to both Mr. Savares and Mr. Harris before then. So if not, then we will we'll pick up where we left off at 1 p.m.
I have a quick comment from the last testimony.
Well, we're going to go ahead and proceed with the testimony as they signed up. And then if we have more time at the end of the hearing for those who have not, after those who have not testified yet, then we'll welcome additional comment. Okay, thank you, Mr. Harris. I see your message. Okay, Mr. Savares, you have the floor. Please try to be mindful of the time.
I just have a comment. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, the board. My name is Jonathan Savares. I'm a member of I'm a medical cannabis patient here. I think I'm still the longest running one consistently. 4 years, almost over 4 years on Guam, and that I've been legally able to use cannabis. And it makes me upset to see that we're still back at, you know, trying to put all this stuff together when we really need to get patients meds. I just real quick, just to chime on and add on to what everybody else was saying, going back into previous public hearings and public testimonies over the years, I was not a proponent of the vertical integration until I realized, hearing from the business members in previous public hearings, of the struggle that it would be on their businesses to survive. I just want to lend support that for these businesses, saying that that in order for them to keep the cost down for patients and consumers at the end and ensure continuity of product, other than the manufacturing, the laboratory aspects, I believe that they should have an ability to grow, manufacture, and dispense, as long as it is not being tested in the same facility. I will yield the rest of my time till later. I just wanted to chime in and make a comment on that, those lines. While everybody else there was a lot of discussion on that last night. I do thank you guys for your time. I just want to keep it short, try to get Mr. Harrison before the end of before you guys go to lunch.
Thank you, John. I really appreciate that. And thank you for rejoining us this morning, and apologize that we weren't able to get to you last
night. Not a problem. I just wanted to chime in because we've gone through the discussion years ago, and I wanted to make sure that it was understood that it wasn't something that was ill-advised, and we didn't think about how to protect our local community. It was protecting the local community and the local investment, because we do have the local ownership provisions in both the medical and the recreational. We wanted to ensure that the businesses would have the best opportunity to protect their investment long term, because we don't want to see a local business put up $500,000 in investment and then just have one aspect and not be able to follow the continuity, not ensure that their product is being manufactured safely. You know, it doesn't make sense that the grower cannot manufacture, especially knowing that what their product can produce. And then of course, when the grower knows what they're dispensing, they are the true experts. You know, the people who grow the plant are the true experts of what that plant produces. The only aspect that I would not agree with integrating vertically is a lab component, which if I'm not mistaken, in previous public hearings, it was just a continuity issue, making sure that anything lab tested was done through a third party. That would be the safe aspect, just because when we look at things going on shelf, we want to make sure third party testing is always done. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. Do any of the board members have questions? I do have a question. No? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, given, I mean, there have been strong opinions and proponents both for and against vertical integration throughout these hearings, and and we're weighing that carefully. But and I hear that for the proponents, and I just heard yourself saying that the local owner requirement 51%, and then even canopy size would be sufficient, are the measures that are built for protecting the small business or the local business. Do you think that there's any other measures or compromises that could be made to further protect small business in light of the fears of monopoly, in light of the fears of oversupply?
Andrea alluded to one thing with the business licensing thing last night, how this is why we have a pre-application kind of style before it comes to the board. It says that you go through, you get your business license from Department of Revenue Tax, and then you start building it, and you go to the board and you say, hey, these are my intents. Because it's a slow process. You know, you got to slowly build it up. You want to show good with the investment money that you have, and you want to be responsible with the expenditures. Ideas to kind of help with it. I believe for small business, what Mr. Parkinson had done with Craft Canna and the 500 square foot, I think if more people look at that 500 square foot, especially in a vertical, if they cultivate in a 500 square foot and they can vertically integrate with that 500 square foot, that is true Craft Canna. It's like somebody and it's not high. It's the cost to get into the 500 to a Craft Canna within your regulations is not as high as it would be to go into a 10,000 square foot. There are different levels for people with different investment sizes. This is why the industry, there's a lot of room for people to come and play in the industry, because there are different levels that you don't have to necessarily put in the 40,000 or 40,000 for licensing fee right up the bat, because you don't necessarily have to go to 10,000 square foot. You could get a 500 and work your way to 10,000, 500, 2,500, 5,000, and then go work up to your 10,000 square foot license. And that's the ideal of small business. You start as a small business at a 500 square foot Craft Canna, and then you work it up towards building a business. Like I forgot her name from Moses was talking about. She wants to empower her employees, and I completely agree. But if we can get all of her employees to grow Craft Canna and start at a 500 square foot license, then we could actually build it up and make it into a bigger industry and promote these small businesses and start them from the grassroots. That's what I see.
Here's my thing with that, John. You know,
Okay.
I come from a business background, and so of course the object of all business is to make profit. So in the way that the law is crafted now, you tax at the grower end. If we were to allow something like this, and I'm not saying this is what we're going to do, but this is just how I would think, as any prudent business person would do. If you were to allow something like this and you're only taxing at the growing end, and then you also get a manufacturer and a retail license in a vertical, well, then that means that all you're going to do is undervalue the amount that you say that you're selling to yourself from the grower end, and then you can just jack it up at the end. And it's a clear loophole.
I do understand where you're coming from, but the cost of goods at the grower end, the COGS can be deducted, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm not a lawyer and I'm not a financial guy, from what my research has led me to, the grower end is where your COGS can be deducted the most. So your fertilizer, your soils, I believe, if I'm not, because I've tried to do as much research about
Right,
deduction
but
of cost of goods.
we're talking about a profit, right? That's
Yes.
what you're getting at the end. So if I sell myself something for $2, no matter what the cost is, because I own the manufacturing, I own the retail, I can jack that price up to 50 if I want at the end, and I got my supply cheap. I mean, I'm not seeing the, I can see where you're coming from. I'm just saying that any prudent business person would do.
I'm just looking at what was told and what was conveyed to us years ago. For years, this is when we went through the initial public hearing processes for the medical, we had a no vertical integration process, but the businesses came in and gave us the same stuff, and we had to respect this. This is a time when, and the times have changed, right? But I still believe that by keeping that money here, right, and internally within the business, at least that money will be spent. And then we look at the people are talking about higher wages. If we can actually keep as much money of that circulating, we can actually let those small businesses build up. And I'm looking at the growth. I'm trying to think of how we can grow these small businesses from small to large. And by keeping this,
I think that's exactly the point. The point is we're talking about small businesses, right? We're talking about, and the thing that you brought up about a craft grower. I'm still not seeing how this is a very easy manipulative market. You know, if I'm making my own stuff and I get to say how much I'm gonna sell to myself, obviously I'm gonna sell myself at a much discounted rate, even if it's a loss, because as a grower, I'm not really losing. I'm making up all my money on the retail and the manufacturing side. So, and if the taxes are only being assessed at the grower, you got a loophole. I mean, that's clear as day to me.
This is why we, and I know this is beyond the board, and you and I've had this conversation on the backside that our model with the taxation at the grower level is not consistent with a lot of other places, and most places have the tax. I've realized that it's at the consumer level, or I know that there's another thing that in your board meeting that was brought up where we could add another model where a distribution model where the taxation would be imposed. That would make a little more sense because at least it's at the end product and we're not forcing the growers to pay the tax. I know we talked about it and I know it was discussed,
Correct.
but this is within the laws, the compliance of the law.
I hear you. I think it's a great way. I think maybe if the taxes were assessed more so on the retail side, then that would make a very big difference. But that's beyond us. We have to play within the rules that the legislature has set up. They're the ones who dictated that. So we really gotta focus, to me, on, okay, well, we have to work with what was given to us. I wish we could come up with something different, and it would be great. But that's not the cards that we were dealt. So we got to deal with what we got.
In theory, could we just also could the board recommend a change in that statute to move it towards the retail side, so we could, because that doesn't necessarily cover the manufactured goods as well. And this was an argument that was discussed.
We could give a suggestion to the legislature, but I don't know if you remember how difficult and contentious it was.
I was there.
So, you know, again, we have to deal with the cards that were dealt, right? And we have to deal with the mitigated risk that we also have to take.
Yep.
We've been working on these rules for a long time, and to see all of this effort come to nothing is quite a gamble, right? It's quite a gamble.
Well,
so I hear you. We thank you for your comment. We will, of course, take it into consideration. By no means does this mean that, you know, we're not.
I know.
Like, this is very healthy, right? We need to have this conversation, and it's definitely, I think this is probably one of our #1 issues that we've heard on these past few days. So we're definitely not closed-minded to it. We understand the need. We understand the amount
and it's a revolving door. Yep.
We also have to temper that with wish to really protect the real small business. The lady who's was doing cosmetics, the restaurant owner who wants to we have to think of those people too. And that's why we're just, as a board, I think one of the things that we all have in common is we really are trying to set something up for Guam and for the benefit of the people here, right? And not just for people that have $2 or $3 million who can just come in.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. And you guys are doing, it's not, I've been down this road where you guys are at, and you know this, Adrian, and I know Member Parkinson, you guys know that I've been in this fight for a long time with Andrea and stuff like that. So this is why I'm just trying to lend an ear, and I've been sitting back listening to what was going on. And I just needed to at least kind of give you guys an idea of what I had seen over the years on what we discussed.
Sure, we appreciate it.
Yeah, this is Masi. Anybody else?
Thanks, John.
This is Masi. Yes.
Thank you so much, John. Okay, we had Mr. Daryl Harris signed up next. Mr. Harris, I had sent you a message in the chat. We have to take a hard break at 11:30, but I hate to cut your time short, so I wanted to see if you wanted to testify first at 1 p.m. instead. Mr. Harris, are you still there?
I can go now.
Okay.
I did send my slides in the email to the Guam Cannabis Control Board at reventax.guam.gov also.
Sir, do you have a video capability?
Oh, yes. Sorry. Yeah.
If you can, if you sent that to the email, they'll be able to send it out right now. But if you want, you can also upload it to the chat, and we'll be able to.
Okay, cool. So I'm just adding on to what John said a little bit. I know we all been talking about vertical integration. I just want to tap on the process of solventless extraction. There's particular reasons why, and in the slides that I emailed, it explains why it would be a lot more beneficial for somebody who's getting in the business of solventless extraction to want to vertically integrate or to want to have to be able to grow their own cannabis instead of only depending on what they can purchase from other growers. Reason being is because I'm not sure, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people on the chat right now that's familiar with trichome structures. I'm not too sure the familiarity of the board or some other members are with trichome structures, but when it comes to solventless extraction, we are looking for very, very particular types of trichome structures. And in the event that none of the local cultivators produce the type of trichome structure that we need on their cannabis, we need to be able to rely on ourselves to at least be able to R&D the strains that we need and require so that we can at least give clones or cuttings to other cultivators to grow for us, or so that we can grow it for ourselves for this process of solventless extraction. So we would actually grow the cannabis ourselves.
Mr. Harris, just for the benefit of everybody that's listening and some of the other board members, could you please explain what a trichome structure is?
So on the cannabis, there's these glandular heads on the cannabis, right? They're microscopic. You really got to get a magnifying glass or a microscope to really take a close look. They kind of look like a mushroom, you know, just like a skinny stalk with a ball on the top. And so a lot of different strains of cannabis, they have different heights, different diameters. You know, some are small, some are big. You know, there's very, very particular types. And in the images that I emailed, you can see, and if I can share my screen, I can show the image of the very particular types of trichome structures that we're looking for. And so if other cultivators aren't able to produce it, we need to be able to produce it ourselves. And even if other cultivators are able to produce supreme cannabis like this, they might not be interested in harvesting it and freezing it. The normal method is you would harvest your cannabis, you would dry it, and then it would become a dried, cured product after that. For solventless extraction, especially if you're trying to make ice water hash, you would actually harvest the plant while it's still fresh and alive, and you would freeze it right away. You wouldn't dry it. And then after that, you would wash it with water and ice to extract the trichome heads. So I'm not too sure how many cultivators are going to be willing to sell their product as a fresh frozen product versus a dried product, especially if they've already spent money on the infrastructure for, you know, a drying room and a curing room, because, you know, those types of rooms cost thousands of dollars as well. If I got investors to invest money in me and I'm trying to get the most money out of my investment, I want to be able to use all of the equipment that was purchased with my investment. So selling somebody fresh frozen versus selling them the dried version is not going to be very ideal for them. So that's something that needs to be taken into consideration. It is on the craft cannabis side, and that's the only concern that I have is just, you know, I would love to support other cultivators. You know, I would love to support the cultivators that can grow, and I'm pretty sure there are cultivators on Guam that have the skills to grow the type that we need for solventless extraction. But then again, the availability is now a question. If they can get more money by drying it and selling it to a dispensary, why would they want to harvest it and freeze it and sell it to me as a fresh frozen product? And so in the slides I sent, they're directly from Cannabis Business Times, also from Pure Pressure from Colorado. They're a company that I've been working with and sourcing equipment from. And so that's just my concern. They also have business. They also help. What's it called? Where they give advice. You know, they help give advice to up and coming businesses, and they have business plans and floor plans that ready to go. All their equipment is FDA approved as well. And so really there's just a matter of, are you going to vertically integrate or are you going to source cannabis from local growers? And so being able to do both, I think, is something that everybody is just concerned about, is just because once the market is open here on Guam, you know, people are going to want to get a return on their investments right away. And if people's businesses depend on being able to source cannabis, but everybody else would rather sell it to the dispensaries rather than sell it to somebody who wants to do cosmetics or do the edibles or do the solventless extraction like myself, you know, I can't just buy from any cultivator. I'm not trying to put down other cultivators, and just because their trichome structure doesn't meet the standard that we require doesn't mean that it's lower quality. It just means that we cannot use it. It doesn't mean that it's not good. And so it's just a very particular requirement. And, you know, as we go down this road, we're going to find out that, man, every little aspect is a whole new universe in itself when it comes to cannabis. And so being able to have the choice to vertically integrate and possibly be able to, you know, pay additional fees, you know, I'm willing to say that any cannabis that we cultivate for the purpose of solventless extraction, whether it meets the criteria that we need, it's not going to be sold as flower cannabis. The final product is going to be the solventless extracted rosin. So we're going to take our flower and process it, and then the final product is we're just refining the flower. That's all it really is. And so just to have the extracted oils, and then from there we would supply dispensaries with the rosin, you know, so instead of supplying them with flower, but the dispensary would know that we grew the flower, we did the process of organically extracting it, because some people are into the solventless extraction because it doesn't touch any hydrocarbons. You know, there's a lot of, you know, other ways to process it. You can use CO2, you can use butane to extract, but that's a different extraction method. That's dissolution. We're mechanical. Solventless extraction is a mechanical separation. We're not dissolving any of these oils. It's staying whole and complete. And so for that purpose, we need to be able to source the proper trichome structured cannabis that we need. And that's basically my argument. And so, like I said, I did send the images so you guys can take a look. I believe that it's from the, yeah. And so, yeah, that's my argument. I'm a local veteran, was a combat medic in the Army. You know, unfortunately for me, I lost both my parents to cannabis, or not to cannabis, to cancer. And I really wish that, you know, this was something that they could have explored during their battle with cancer. But besides that, there's a lot of other people that we can help, besides the people that we've already lost, you know, and that's all we're trying to do. And we're just trying to make sure that no one can make it harder for us to help people. At the same time, of course, we want to make a profit, but when it's all said and done, what we're really trying to do is help people. And I think that's why some people are getting really emotional, is because, you know, why are people making it hard for me to help people, you know? And so, yeah, thank you very much for your time. I hope everyone has a good lunch.
Can I have just a quick question? In your business model, for your, how much product or how much cannabis are you anticipating needing to extract for your rosin or whatever your final product is?
So when it comes to fresh frozen, it's about, you know, when you dry it out, it's about 25 to 30% of the weight that it was when it was wet. So if we buy 30 pounds of fresh frozen, that really equates to about maybe 8 to 10 pounds of dried product maybe. So we could be processing up to 30 pounds of fresh frozen product a day to make rosin. And so, but buying 30 pounds of fresh frozen is different than buying 30 pounds of dried. And so there's a lot more technicalities when it comes to this area of cannabis, and not too many people are familiar with it. It's kind of a rising thing in the States. You'll see a lot of there's a lot of extract artists in the States that do this. This one person named Nikka T, Nikka space T. Everybody knows who's Olio. Rosin Ryan. These are all extract artists, and they use these methods of solventless extraction. If you go on YouTube, you can find them and you can see exactly what they're doing. They're official extract artists, and you'll find their products at dispensaries all over Colorado and California. Because what they do is they would either grow the cannabis themselves, or they would have the cultivators that they hand select that would source them the cannabis they need, and they would process their rosin, and then the dispensaries that want to feature their rosin would have it there, and it sells out. Everybody knows these extract artists, so it's kind of like a hype thing. It falls in that area of art now, and so
thank you.
You know, yeah, people's extract methods are different, and even other solventless extractors, you know, we're all solventless extractors, but everybody's art is different when it comes to solventless extracting. How much time, what temperatures that you use,
sure,
and so on. So it's very very technical. And so thank you guys again for your time. Sorry for delaying lunch.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're now at 11:31. We're going to recess until 1 p.m. And we will pick up if you want to testify, just sign back in at 1, or you can email us in the interim, and we will hear from you. We will sign you up and get to you first come, first served. Thank you.
Those are.
Okay, half a day, everyone. Welcome back. It's 1 p.m. and we've reconvened our public hearing. This is the home stretch. We'll be here until 5 p.m. So for the next 4 hours, we will continue to accept both oral and written testimony. If you would like to submit, or if you'd like to present oral testimony regarding the proposed rules and regulations, please just identify yourself, say so in the chat, say it's your name and that you'd like to testify, and we will allow you to do so in the order that you sign up. If you'd like to submit written testimony, please do that by emailing guamccb@revtax.guam.gov, and I'll share that address in the chat. And you're welcome to do both. So if you submitted written testimony and you would like to present oral testimony now, we welcome that. And vice versa. If you've already testified and would like to submit written testimony in the next few hours, please do so. Okay, so I don't think we had anyone signed up yet for the afternoon. So let's go ahead and
Nap time.
huh?
Nap time.
Siesta. Okay, so if anyone would like to testify, we don't have anyone signed up right now, so just turn your camera and your mic on and let us know, and we'd love to hear from you. Okay, Andrea, I see you. We'll sign you up for 2 p.m. and 2:15. So for anyone who's just joined us, I see a couple people signed on. We are accepting oral testimony right now. If you would like to testify now, we are ready for you. Just turn your camera and your mic on, or identify yourself. Say you'd like to state your name in the chat box and that you'd like to testify.
Daphne, are you at work?
I'm actually at home right now. I'm supposed to go to the office though, so, but if I have to go back to Guadalupe, I will.
Thank you. So
Don't you live like really far, like in Marito? She's at her summer estate.
For those just popping in, I don't know if you see the chat box open, but if you would like to testify, we have openings now until 2. So just let us know. You can let us know in the chat or turn your mic and your camera on.
Craig, are you around?
Yes, he is.
I'm here.
Hey, Craig. So I'm guessing then at the end of after 5 p.m., maybe if we can compile all this stuff, maybe print it out ourselves or whatever in a cohesive manner, and then I guess we're gonna have to take time to read all this stuff and digest it all. I see all the emails, but I get like, I'm sure as the same with everybody, I get like hundreds of emails a day, so it's all like discombobulated.
Yes, that's correct, sir. Likewise, the transcripts will also be available for the next meeting for you guys to review the transcripts of the 3 sessions.
Okay. I don't know if I should ask, but so what's our game plan like after this? Are we just postponing? Are we just recessing and continuing this meeting when we all meet again, or do we have to have a new meeting, or?
I think it'll depend on how quickly we can get the transcript and all the written testimony compiled, and then we can assess getting that. Once a team lets us know, they can set it up for us so that we have at least a few days. I would think at the very least that we would want to go back over it, come up with our our proposals or suggested revisions or our questions for discussion with the board, and then we'll reconvene, which I'm hoping is like in a week.
Gonna recess? Are we just gonna recess and this is just part of this thing? Or are we gonna have to call a whole brand new thing with a 5-day notice, et cetera, et cetera?
I think we'd notice a new meeting, but we're probably going to need at least those 5 working days to compile and digest anyway. So we shouldn't lose any time because of the notice requirements.
Yeah, that's actually correct. You have to actually formally conclude and adjourn this public hearing. And then we'll do a new announcement, the publication notice for the next meeting to discuss all the testimony and transcripts.
Thank you, Craig.
So Craig, our soonest meeting date that we could probably have is what, next week, Monday? If you send out the notice on Monday, it'll be what, next Monday or Friday?
It's Thursday.
Yeah, it's 5 working days, so we can't count Thursday. So even if I send it on Monday, it'll be.
Tuesday.
I think Monday the 30th might be the soonest we can do it.
That's correct.
Monday the 30th?
Yeah. It's so the 26th, Thanksgiving's still a holiday, right?
Yes.
And is the day after that considered a holiday?
No, it is a normal day.
Okay, I was just wondering if that people will be able.
That's a business holiday, a secular holiday.
Okay.
Just trying to get us to buy stuff. That's Daphne's tax holiday.
Stop picking on Daphne.
No problem. But I just do, with regards to any notice, you know, of course, we have to make sure that we put together the artwork or the graphic art for it first, or, you know, and work with the newspaper, wherever we publish it. So it may take a little bit more than a day, unless we've already begun discussing that with the vendors. So just want to, you know, take note of that.
I thought we were doing our notices on OPA and AG's office only.
No, I think that for the purposes of this particular situation, even though we, there is the, because of the public health emergency, there is a 24-hour notice that's put onto the AG's office. I think for the purposes of this particular, I guess, industry or issue, we have actually been going through the usual process. But,
Okay.
but you're right. But you're right. And I suppose that's something that we as a board can discuss if that's what we wish to do. But yes, you're right. We could do it on the website, and I believe that that requires only 24-hour notice.
Right.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, I know everybody is waiting with bated breath, and I understand their anxieties and frustrations. And, you know, to me, the quicker, the better, right? I just want to get this over with. We've been doing this a year. I think we're all kind of tired already, and we just want to move on.
Okay.
Craig and Daphne, you might know the answer to this. You cannot be an alcohol manufacturer and a retailer, correct? Like a
Right, you
bar cannot be a wholesaler as well?
You cannot have a wholesale and retail license for alcohol simultaneously.
Same thing with tobacco, right? You can't be a grower and a manufacturer?
We actually, we do ABC, so we do the Alcohol Beverage Control Board. So I'm not sure, I'm sorry, on the tobacco side, I'll have to defer to Craig on that. I don't believe so, but definitely not on the alcohol side. Hold on just a second.
Yeah, I think one of my questions
Same with
is-
tobacco.
Yeah.
Same.
One of the things that, you know, I would like to, especially for the public to hear, is that, you know, we're trying to make this as equitable as possible. And, you know, we have to look at other industries as well, right? If we're going to say that cannabis is now a normal thing, just like those other things, then, you know, we have to treat everybody fairly. We can't give preference to one over the other. I see a comment right now from Devin Suzuki about craft beers. I'm guessing a craft beer person sells their stuff as well. Does anybody know?
I don't know.
Perhaps what is being a question is perhaps I think it's the microbrewing license, the off and on premise, maybe that's the question. I'm sorry, perhaps Mr. Suzuki, if he has, if he'd like to clarify that particular question. I'm not sure I understand.
Put
Hi
on the
guys,
chat.
sorry. Yeah, I was just wondering how craft beers did it, because you know how they like brew on site and then people can come into their retail establishment bar and then kind of consume the beer that they make.
So my understanding is that, of course, and right now there is a bill that's working to address the issue of off-premise and on-premise alcohol licenses. I believe it's Bill 38435. And they're at this point, the way that our law, our alcohol beverage control laws are, is that you cannot have an off-premise and on-premise license simultaneously. The only exception to that is a microbrewery. That's the only exception.
I see. I just wasn't familiar with the microbrewing thing, and I'll take my own time to do the research. Just curious.
Right, and excuse me, because I'm also just kind of learning. If you have any specific
Oh, no, you're
questions-
okay. I have
Yeah.
actually no experience in the beer side of it. So that was why I kind of wondered there, what about craft beer, if that was, yeah, because that would be the alcohol parallel. But thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
For those just joining us, if you would like to testify, we are open and ready. You just need to identify yourself and you will have the floor.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I do have a question. With regards to the individual who is scheduled to be, I guess, providing testimony at 2, are they here or are they going to be going to on-site to Adelup?
Let me ask. Andrea, you're on the line, correct? Will you be testifying via Zoom or via
Yes.
down in person?
Well, we'll be on Zoom. Both Nick and I will be on Zoom. Thanks, Daphne, for the question.
Hi, if you're just joining us, we are waiting for someone to submit oral or sign up to testify. We have a gap right now. The next sign up is not until 2 p.m. So we welcome testimony. If you would like to testify now, you can, or later this afternoon, type your name in the chat and let us know, or you can turn your camera and your mic on and identify yourself, and we will give you the floor.
This is Marcus Cepeda. I was wondering if I can ask those questions from this morning's hearing.
Here, Mr. Cepeda, we have time.
Great. The gentleman that I believe he's a consultant on JAG, or you know who I'm referring to? He's from off island. He was talking about the I guess limiting the amount of licenses. From what I was understanding, that was his recommendation. Are you do you remember the gentleman?
Yes.
Okay. Well, my view, my opinion, and just listening to the other testimonies, the other two gentlemen, I would think that having smaller cultivators, kind of like you know, a variety of different craft beers or specialty type restaurants, you have a variety of different options when you go out and dine. And the reason I reference food service, because I'm a food and beverage professional, and my view would be to have an opportunity to attain a license for a smaller grow, not these big conglomerate 10,000 square foot facilities. And the reason why is that would give the opportunity to local people to grow their crop, different type of strains, because obviously you have 52 different strains that I'm familiar with, not very familiar with, but what I've read. And it would almost make it to where it would be something unique in Guam, especially when the tourists come back, where if they go into a dispensary, it would be kind of like, wow, look at all these different type of choices I have, kind of like going into a chocolate store. You know, you have a variety of different chocolates than just 3 to 4 different types of chocolates. Whereas from what I understood was limit the amount of licenses, because the population, the market would only sustain certain amount of volume. Well, in a sense that's true. However, what happens if, let's say, for example, that particular product, it's not as quality as an independent, smaller cultivator that would have more time, that wouldn't have to spend, like the gentleman was saying, Raj's name, he was saying, well, you got to spend, you know, a couple $1 million for a 10,000 square facility. Well, I guess if you're doing hydroponics, I could see spending a couple $1 million. But if you're a small grower doing it independently, let's say if you pay $500 for a license and you can grow up to, I don't know, 25, 50 plants, whatever that may be, and you're producing this quality, this great product that you're offering to the community. So that I just kind of wanted to add that. I think that would be special and unique for the island of Guam. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Cepeda.
Thank you.
Any members have comments or questions for Mr. Cepeda? Follow up on those points.
Oh, I do want to make one more point on the financial side, the taxation side. Regardless of the size of the cultivator, you're going to be paying the licensing fees regardless. So it's going to be up to you to be successful in having a good crop, good quality product, following all the rules conditions. So it gives everybody the opportunity to have a chance in being successful, not just the big conglomerates that can throw out there $1 million and perhaps bid for however many licenses are going to be issued, if that's the direction the board's going to take. So I think that was discussed before, way back when, as far as the amount of limit of licenses for the different types of licenses. I think competition is good, just like restaurants. The better product you have, the best service you have, you're going to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone just joining us who would like to testify? I don't know if compliance can tell me or anyone else on the chat, but when you join, can you see the previous comments in the chat for those who are just joining us? No, I see shaking hand. Okay, okay. So I'm just going to drop that line every few minutes into the chat for the people who join. Kata, can you please mute your mic? I'm just going to take a quick 5-minute break, and I'll be right back.
Hi, Vanessa. It's Daryl.
Feedback, Daryl.
All right, sorry about that. Can I just reiterate something off of what I said before lunch?
Yeah, sure. Just a second. Can you turn on your camera and just state your full name for the record?
Hi, Daryl Harris, local veteran. Just to reiterate on what I spoke on before lunch on the solventless extraction processing. So it's kind of similar to a regular cultivator. A regular cultivator would cultivate cannabis, and then their dried product would go to the dispensary where they would make their profits. For the solventless extractor, we would either purchase from a local cultivator or cultivate ourselves, and then the product will get processed, and then the final product being the rosin goes to the dispensary. So it's not trying to not give business to other growers. It's just saying that we technically are considered just a cultivator, but we just include one extra step before the final product, our final product gets sent to the stores. So it's also, because we could potentially process a cannabis product that doesn't fetch the percentage yields that's profitable. And so if we grew it ourselves, that type of loss would be a lot easier to take. Whereas if we purchased it from someone else, but then process it into a lesser quality rosin, then the product that we deliver to the dispensaries won't be as valuable as it was before we purchased it. And so we're just trying to make sure that that afterwards we get the returns, because off of my own personal experience pressing, I actually do have a rosin press behind me here. It's an FDA approved machine. All you do is you put your cannabis between it and you squeeze it, and it presses out the rosin. No volatile substances or gases required. And so there's been cannabis flowers where you would put in, let's say you would put in 10 grams of cannabis flower, you would press it and you would receive 2.5 grams of rosin. Whereas another person's cannabis, you would press 10 grams, but you would only get 1 gram of rosin. The rosin content in every single cultivator's cannabis varies. So for someone in the solventless extraction business, they're gonna want to aim for a product that at least fetches 20%. It also depends on the starting price of the product, assuming we're buying it from a cultivator. So if we buy it from a cultivator, then process it, if we bought it from a cultivator, we need to at least, like I said, get that 20% return. So if we press 10 grams of flour, we'll get at least 2 grams of rosin. Otherwise, it's not profitable. And so that's another reason why we were trying to advocate more for vertical integration, is because if we were to grow something that didn't meet our standard of 20%, we could still try to press it and make something out of it. Whereas if we bought that from somebody and it didn't meet the standard, then we would be taking an even bigger loss. And there's ways for us to test the cannabis before we buy it, just to make sure that it is what we were looking for. But it does make the process go a lot more complicating. And then also too, a lot of extractors would want cultivators to grow specific strains. And so even with a specific strain, you have different phenotypes in that strain. And so if I have a Granddaddy Purple strain and I have a specific phenotype, that this phenotype did really well compared to all the other Granddaddy Purple phenotypes, then I would want to keep regrowing this one phenotype and keep taking clones and be able to research and develop that so that I can give it to cultivators who are willing to grow this phenotype for the purpose of selling it to us when the product is done. So whether we're cultivating for us to have product to process, or whether we're cultivating for research and development so that we can give cultivators the strains and phenotypes that we require so that they can grow it for us, we're that's why we are trying to advocate for vertical integration. Not trying to have a humongous grow operation, but we do need to constantly keep dialing in, you know, the parameters of what we need to do to make our product improve more and more every day. Because, you know, before, getting a product that would yield more than 15% was like kind of like unheard of. Nowadays, you can have cannabis that would yield up to 30% returns, which is, you know, outrageous compared to just a couple of decades ago.
So here's a quick question. What is precluding you then in your business from talking to a grower to grow the specific kind that you need? What's stopping you from doing that?
There's nothing stopping us, and we are open to that. It's just like, it's just gonna take some time to network out, talk to the growers, get to know them, and then also find out with them if it's profitable or if it's reasonable for them to be able to cultivate what we're looking for, because they're gonna have to use their facility and not use certain equipment. So like at the end of a grow, right, there's even more work that goes into drying and curing. If we're gonna purchase fresh frozen product, that's less labor and work that went into the product, because now the cultivator doesn't have to dry it and cure it themselves, which takes a few months. All they would have to do is harvest their cannabis, put it in bags and throw it in the freezer while it's still fresh, skipping out on months of drying and curing process. And so the cultivator would have to understand that because there's less effort that went into the product that we're receiving, that we probably won't be paying as much for the frozen product as the dried product. So it's just a matter of cultivator preference. I mean,
that's a business thing. That's something that businesses would have to work out.
So for the solventless extractor, they would literally be at the mercy of the cultivators. If they grew the product that we need but don't want to sell it to us in the form that we require, or if like I said, if it's more profitable for them to dry it and send it to the dispensary rather than freeze it and give it to us for processing, they would most likely want to do that. So it's basically trying to make it so that we're not at the mercy of who's willing to do this for us, because it is a big ask, and not many cultivators are into harvesting and freezing their product versus drying their product. And so, you know, like I said, I don't mind networking and meeting growers to figure this out. But in the event that we do meet someone who is willing, but they don't produce what we need, like I said, it's a R&D thing. They still have to say yes, and then they still have to perform. And then if their product that they tried, if their attempt doesn't make the cut, then, you know, like we still want to applaud them for trying and work with them to continue to improve it. But at that point, we would, like, the business would be at a area where they're not going to be profitable, because there's not going to be available product for them to be profitable on. And so that's what I'm saying. It's not about we only want to vertically integrate.
But you said the price, right? You said the price. So you know, if you're saying that a farmer, right, wants to sell his product, or it's going to be more profitable to sell the flower to somebody, well, then that means that you would just have to up your price, right?
Yeah. So we could up our price, but then the final question is, the more we keep upping our price, the cost per gram goes up. So
but so would the other people making the similar products.
Not necessarily. Well,
your system seems pretty good, right? You're just doing a press, so you don't require any of the solvents. You don't. So then wouldn't that mean that your stuff is going to be cheaper?
It's not necessarily cheaper. So if you do some more research, it's the pressing. There's also ice water washing. So there's bubble wash machines that are being used. There's freeze drying machines being used.
Right.
So,
but what I'm saying is, if another process uses chemicals, right? Or
Yes.
whatever they use to extract, that means that they have to buy the chemicals. That means they have to have an all kinds
Yeah.
of safety for
Well,
that. Whereas you
most,
don't, because you're just using water and a press.
yes, most other companies, they would probably have a recycling system for their volatile gases, so they
Right.
wouldn't have
You
to
won't
keep
need
buying
that.
the gases. But yes, we would yeah, it's now getting into the region of craft. Now it's quality in, quality out. So you'll see that in some of the slides that I emailed. If we're gonna purchase top quality flower, that's the only way we're gonna make top quality rosin. So we're gonna already be purchasing top dollar cannabis. And so the idea is, what's going to be the cost per gram? Because if we paid, X amount for a pound of this and paid X amount for a pound of that, they both created the same amount of rosin, but the cost per gram of rosin from this one was $130 and the cost per gram of this one was $90, assuming that you're selling the gram for between $80 and $120. It's a big difference. And there's been
maybe I'm just a little confused. So, okay, at the way that we're doing it now, right? You have a farmer who's growing whatever type of marijuana that you need, right? Okay.
Yes.
You're trying to sell a product that somebody else through a different system could also sell, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if me, the farmer, I'm going to sell you for $10, okay, a pound, let's just say, right?
Uh-huh.
The other person who's using chemicals has to buy the chemicals, has to buy the systems, have to buy all that stuff. You're using a press and water. And so wouldn't that mean that your amount is going to be less because you require less things than the person who needs all these more expensive things, right? Or no?
Yes, that's too vague. In the slides that I emailed, it also has a list of the equipment that we use, and you'll see that the equipment is not just a press and just water.
Right. But so is theirs.
It's actual lab equipment, and so it's big things. And just because there's no purchasing of gas and butane and solvents doesn't necessarily mean that the process is easier. It's actually a lot harder to get the quality you want solventless than if you were to do it with volatile gases like butane and CO2. It's actually cheaper. Your product, if you're making BHO or CO2 extract, your product is going to be cheaper. It's cheaper to make that versus solventlessly extracting it, because by dissolving the trichomes and all the resin from the plants, you're able to strip so much more versus just ice water mechanical extraction. Right. So it's actually more expensive, or maybe just as much, to do solventless than it is to do non-solventless.
So yours would be the premium product.
Yes, it's premium. So like you would see also, I sent also a list of different the SKUs, different types of solventless products, and you can see where if you're an entry-level consumer, you're probably going to be more into these things, whereas if you're like a connoisseur craft type consumer, you're going to be more into these things that are a lot more expensive. And so people are into concentrates. Solventless it would be more of the craft. It's kind of like how people are into organic food. More effort went into making that organic
and
food.
it's usually more expensive.
More. And it's going to cost more. So people are into the idea that, oh, this rosin never touched any butane and never touched any CO2 gases. They like that. And so, and it's harder to extract it because we're not using those chemicals. So it makes the process harder, which makes the cost more expensive. And so it's not necessarily cheaper to do it. It's a different process, and it has different requirements. And so in that slide, I can actually even send you guys a video. It explains the ins and outs of succeeding with the solventless business. And then you guys can have a bigger idea of where I'm coming from, because the only thing I worry about is just being at the mercy of the cultivators, not knowing, are they going to have something available for next week? Are they going to have something available a month from now? Because when it comes to creating a loyal customer base, consistency is important. They're gonna want to make sure that these things are always going to be available here, and not just, oh, it was here once and now it's gone. And so,
and you know, I think you know, I'm with the Department of Agriculture, and so I know a lot of farmers, and I think that's not a unique problem to have. You know, there are plenty of restaurants, there are plenty of other businesses that rely on agricultural products from, you know, different farmers and whatnot. And I think that's something that all these businesses have to face. So, you know, that having strong business relationships with your suppliers, that's part of the capitalist system, right? Is to be able to make sure that you can offer a reasonable price to a supplier, so that they can make sure that they guarantee to give you these things. And that's kind of why this whole thing is in place.
Yeah.
So I appreciate your comment.
Yeah, and then I understand that's how business works, but you know, taking it, you know, when you get to a point where your business needs more to succeed, because you're trying to, like I'm saying, I'm open to the market on Guam. I'm open to the market, but in the event the market cannot provide a way for your business to be profitable, what are you gonna do? What are we gonna do? Because things can happen. There can be storms. There could be power outages. There can be, you know, whatever else that might happen to it that can affect the availability of the product. And now the extractors are left with no canvas, you know, nothing to work with. And so that's the concern that I raise. And so I'm not trying to tell you guys to change anything. I'm just letting you guys know what the concern is. We just don't want to be left to the mercy of cultivators and not be,
Mr. Harris, you keep saying the mercy of the cultivators, but I'm having a hard time understanding how that's just different from supply and demand and negotiations and contracts. I mean, one of the slides, and I don't mean this to be, I genuinely want to understand, you know, what the proposed solution is here, because you're saying, you know, we're at the mercy, what if they don't do this? And in the business world, you know, you address this a lot of time. A lot of my clients, you know, that's what I do. I specialize in business law. You contract for risk, you know, and so I'm looking at the slides that you sent. It says cultivate strong relationships with growers if you're not vertically integrated. And I'm just wondering, what does that mean to you? Does that include?
Yeah, that means a lot to me. I like I said, what I'm saying is, let's say we made all their relationships, everybody's happy. Like, hey, we have a good relationship with these growers. Their product something happened, something went wrong. It doesn't meet the requirements. We cannot use it. Okay, let's try someone else who we network with.
That through a contract or, you know, some type of agreement?
No, I mean, I wouldn't want to be under the pressure of say, oh, I'm going to grow this for someone and it has to be this way, otherwise they're not going to buy it. Because
that's what farmers do. That's what farmers do. They do it all the time. So
they say you have to meet these certain specs.
That's right.
Or and we won't.
Or we don't pay. Yeah.
You're good, you're defective, we'll reject them. And so, I mean, this is well established in other industries. So that's what I'm trying to understand is that if you're saying you're at the mercy, is there something that's going to make it impossible? Are we just talking about smaller margins here?
Yeah, it's not that it's going to be impossible. I'm just taking into account that, let's say in Colorado, right? It's a big state. There's a vast amount of growers, and I'm sure there's a lot of growers on Guam, but us, you know, being a small island and a lot of consumers, availability might be an issue. And so in anticipation for just trying to be a good business mind, like trying to anticipate future problems, like what do we do if the cultivators that do want to work with us can't provide us what we need, or what we need is not available in the market? How do we ensure our business that the product that we require is always going to be available? And in other businesses also, like they just get a little bit bigger. They vertically integrate so that they can ensure that their business is always going to have the product that they need. If we were to vertically integrate and be growing cannabis, the product leaving our facilities is not going to be cannabis flower. It's gonna just be the solventless products. So it's not like if it's not like if the cannabis doesn't meet the criteria, we're just going to sell it to dispensaries as flower, cheaper than what we would have sold it to ourselves.
Right.
That's not the idea. We're only trying to develop one end product. We're not trying to grow and have one product and convert that product to something else.
I have a question for you. If you got what you're asking, right, and you got it, and you got it vertical, and you were growing your own, wouldn't that mean then that no farmer could really sell to you because you would just be growing your own? That means that you're limiting your businesses only to yourself. You're your own supplier, you're your own manufacturer, and everybody else is out.
No, that doesn't necessarily mean that. So when you look in the solventless extraction community, the extraction artists would feature other cultivators. It'll be, let's say, Rosin Ryan featuring this cultivator's grow. Oh, they're growing, they're extracting from their. So it's not just about, oh, we only want to process our stuff. We want to be able to process our stuff, and if someone else can produce good, then we want to feature them. And so it's like, hey, these guys do really, really good at growing really, really resinous cannabis, and we also get from them, but we also grow our own. And so it's not about trying to only source from ourselves. It's just being dependent on ourselves and being dependent on the market. But what I'm saying is our cannabis that we grow for ourselves is not going to be available on the market as whole flower. It will only be available to the market as rosin or a solventless extraction product. And so, yeah, I'm sorry. And so, sorry, I noticed there was some quiet time, and I just wanted to make sure there was no confusion. I'm not trying to close it off to other cultivators or just own, all the profits. It's just about availability. Because I have a small little microgreens farm. I provide microgreens to some restaurants here on island also. So I do have an idea of what it's like to have exclusive products that certain people want to use. Not all the restaurants use my microgreens. Only the fancy ones use microgreens to garnish their plates. And so and right now, like with COVID being around, like business is slow. So it's just, sorry, I'm ranting now. But yeah, I'm done.
Well, can I ask if you were able to vertically integrate from cultivator and have a cultivator and manufacturer license, what license would you be applying for from the different types?
That's a question that I wanted to ask. I wanted to ask, like, there's cultivator license and a manufacturer license. Does a manufacturer license encompass being able to cultivate? If not, then
I mean, they're separate. So I'm asking specifically, how big would your canopy be, or how much cannabis are you looking to cultivate to meet your requirements, or as a backup for the supply that you need to make your product?
For starting off, I would believe just the 500 square feet, the smallest amount. Pure Pressure, they have layouts, solventless extraction lab layouts that also include whether or not you have vertically integrated a grow house. So that way you can have a grow facility and your solventless extraction lab floor plan laid out. And so I'm working with them trying to get a floor plan laid out, but there's just the question mark of, are we able to vertically integrate so that we can include a small 500 square foot grow facility with the solventless extraction lab? And so when we produce these solventless extracted products, it's going to be kind of exclusive. So when they get released, it's not like we're trying to make a huge amount. I mean, the more we can make, the better. But it is like availability. Once it drops, people are going to know about it and say, oh, there's only so much, and they kind of go flock to the
craft products.
Small batch craft products. And so and that's why I'm saying we would probably not need any more than 500 square feet. You can grow a lot in 500 square feet. And so
that's extremely helpful, because I think, definitely we have to, with the board, we're considering all of this. We hear it from both sides. And I think one of the concerns, especially, with these, the craft canna and these small batches is that to see small business succeed. It's called the Guam Cannabis Industry Act. There is a local preference, you know, and a requirement that it be locally 51% locally owned. So it's clear that when we were tasked with drafting these regulations, they wanted a thriving small business, you know, small local business to thrive, industry to thrive. And I think the fear that I hear and the opponents for vertical integration are that some small business owners themselves are that they are going to be priced out of the market when we hear about how much product can be produced from a one cultivator, 10,000 square foot canopy license holder, and the projected demand on Guam. And so it's of a very real interest to you and people like you that we're concerned. We hear you, what you're saying about vertical integration, but we're scared that the realities are that you're going to have a handful of these, you know, $3 to $7 million companies, investment companies, starting. And especially with COVID, you know, we don't have the tourist industry, the 1.5 million tourists coming next year that these estimates were based on. We don't have those tourists coming. We're only going to be relying on the local market. And even if you're looking at 15 to 20% of adult users, that's only about 100,000 people total adults on Guam.
Right.
And so that's
You know,
really
a 500 square foot facility makes about 120 pounds a year. A 10,000 square foot facility would be about 2,500 pounds a year.
So that 10,000, or you said a 500 square foot facility would make about 100 and how much pounds a year?
120 pounds a year.
120 pounds. So I'll go ahead and times that by 7 and say that's if it's fresh frozen, it's not going to be. I'm saying 130 pounds of dried product. I'm assuming.
No.
So so 130 pounds, a 500 square foot facility would make about 130 pounds a year.
I'm not sure if it's dry or wet.
Okay, I'm just gonna assume that it's dry because that's the common lingo when we're talking about cannabis. And so 130 pounds dry would probably be equate to over maybe closer to 1,000 pounds wet. Right. And so if we're processing, you know, about 50 pounds a week of wet product, or maybe 150 to 100 pounds a week of wet product, it sounds like we may have to rely on us and others if we only have the 500 square feet or 1,000. So maybe if somebody, I'm not sure if it's possible to put limitations on vertical integration. Like if you're going to vertically integrate, you can only go up to 1,000 square foot canopy, no more than that. Because the only reason why we're trying to vertically integrate is because we're claiming that we're craft. If we're craft, we're not growing in a huge facility. You know, that once your facility gets a little bit too big, trying to say that you're a craft cannabis grower kind of starts going out the window. And so I would honestly think a 500 to 1,000 square foot canopy is the ideal size for anyone trying to claim to have craft cannabis products. And so maybe a limitation on the vertical integration would be a nice idea.
Here's a question I have for you, sir, as a community member. So yes. Don't you think that the larger business would say, hey, just because I'm not doing a craft, how come I don't get to vertically integrate and how come he does? Why are you guys pitting the market to help him out, but you're not going to help me out?
Well, I guess it just depends really more on what they're. Man, that's a good question. I can't answer that question. I'm just putting it out there that if somebody wants, so then they're trying to say that they want to vertically integrate and they want to have 1,000 square feet. So what you're saying is they want to vertically integrate and have no more than 1,000 or 500 square feet canopy to grow, but they're not craft. So they're saying they're not craft, but they want to vertically integrate with 1,000 square feet. Well, I mean, I don't want to say
10,000 or 10,000 square feet. You know, why are you guys favoring that guy over me? You know, it's a question of fairness, right? And the thing is, you know, you got to put yourself in our position too. You know, we have to try to make the playing field as equal as possible, because at the end, it's about business, right? At the end, it's about business. Whoever has the superior product, whatever people want to buy, they're going to be the winner. But we have to at least try to make sure that we make this equal for everybody. And that's just where we're at. And we're not saying no to vertical integration. It's just something we have to consider because, you know, it's a big thing. It's a big thing. And there's arguments on both sides. So, you know, thanks for giving us your perspective. It really helps. You know, it's something to take into consideration about helping out small businesses. But we also have to be mindful that we have to help out all the businesses that we can, because that's what we're here for.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thanks, Adrian.
Well, thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you for your testimony, and also thank you for your response to our questions. I know, you know, we ask them, generally they're hard questions for us too.
Yes.
I don't think they're easy or clear, bright answers, right?
Yeah, we don't have answers ourselves yet.
So thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I know we're behind schedule. I apologize. I think it was a very good discussion. So Andrea Pelicani, we had you scheduled for 2 and Nick Easley at 2:15. I didn't know if you wanted to have Nick testify here, or if you guys still wanted to go in order. I didn't know.
Yeah, I'll go first.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
sorry guys, sorry, you know, we just wanted to entertain him and hear his point of view because he had some good points, but sorry for the time lapse.
No worries. We're very flexible, and we're all about public participation, so we support that. Thanks. Thank you for having us. First of all, I do want to commend the board for all the hard work that you've done. I know a lot of you went in there, you know, thinking, oh, we're just going to copy rules. Like, that's the fallacy, right? Like, just don't reinvent the wheel. But then when you actually get your hands dirty, it's like, oh man, this is a bigger task than we thought it would be. So the law called for 12 months. I said 18 months, and that was without COVID. So here you are, and it's just a little over 18 months. So I do commend you for the work that you've done. It's been a challenge, but I do want to state for the record that I think quite a bit of work still needs to be done. And we will turn in a detailed written testimony with more of a line by line thing. I just wanted to spend the day focusing on some of the bigger issues that we see with the rules. And again, thank you for that. So the first thing we'll start, that is in the public law, in statute, section 8110 states that the fee shall not exceed $5,000 with the upper limit adjusted annually for inflation unless the Cannabis Control Board determines a greater fee is necessary to carry out its responsibilities under this chapter. And so I wanted to find out from the board if a clear justification for the determination to apply higher fees at greater than 5,000 has been made, and what was the justification? I mean, I saw the cost impact analysis, but that was just done recently. That wasn't done before the decision to go with 10,000, 5,000 plus in fees. So what was the justification? And if there's any way you can share that with the public, because that's what's stated in the law, so that the fee should not exceed $5,000. I guess that was my question.
If no one else wants to address this question, I can go ahead. So I mean, I want to go back and say, when this was discussed in the meeting, we were looking at other fee schedules to try to do a ballpark guideline. But you're right, this is something that we had to look at the preliminary cost impact assessment and see what the costs are. And so I think based on that cost impact assessment, and really trying to gauge interest in the different licensees, what is going to be a break-even point, and going back, and then also taking COVID into consideration, what is a reasonable fee to actually get this market going. So, I mean, I think that this is very much still open. We definitely don't want to do anything that's contrary to the letter of the law or the intent of the law. And if there is any fee, like if the fees are ultimately set at $5,000, then there will definitely have to be a justification for it.
Oh, I can't hear you.
Now I'm muted, sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry, so I missed that last part. So I guess my last question was, so the board is still revisiting the fee schedule?
Oh, definitely. I mean, there were so many, I think there were a lot of discussions, even when we were talking about vertical integration, where we said, okay, well, this is where we feel right now, but I bet we're going to have a lot of feedback in the public hearing that's going to influence how we ultimately decide.
Yeah, one of the other considerations that we took was that, you know, we don't get extra funding for all the government services that we have to do, all the inspectors, all the I think that was factored into on how the fees came about, was based on the agencies, the regulatory agencies' needs, since we didn't get, like, you know, we don't have anything extra for that.
Okay, so I just wanted to clarify, because the statute was pretty clear. It set an amount, but it gave the board enough flexibility to go beyond that. So I just wanted to clarify what the clear justification was. And if the response is that you guys are still revisiting it, then that's fine. Thank you. Thank you so much for the response. Given that, I think there is a misconception that fees are the barriers to entry. And so understanding, and I believe I had a question yesterday from Vanessa asking what I would recommend. And I said, that would be upon you guys, because you guys have you have needs, right? You need to pay for the regulatory measures, the extra staff, and all the things that need to be done, not just at one agency, but multiple. So notwithstanding, I do understand the need for higher fees. Do I think that they're fair? I don't necessarily think that they're fair. If you look across industries all over the island, some of them make insurance companies pay $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 fees. They don't. And in fact, many are tax exempt. So do I think that they're fair? No, I don't think that they're fair. Do I think that they're just? I think the board has the opportunity to justify the need for these amount of fees. But at the same time, if the discussion here today is about equity and equality and equity, I think that should be given some consideration, where other businesses on Guam are allowed to flourish in the hundreds of millions of dollars. None of them pay these kinds of fees. It's not fair. But given that, again, I don't believe that the fees are the barriers to entry to this industry. The barriers are contained within the rules and with the tax and regulatory compliance that's required of cannabis businesses, and their willingness to accept the level of risk. And so if we ask, what is the level of risk? A standard startup model for just about any business usually accounts for a minimum of 2 years of operational funds for their CapEx. But in cannabis, this includes the added challenge of not being able to generate revenue during that period to account for your build out, your first harvest, and any wild and crazy thing that you could imagine, such as applications for permitting and other government requirements, like when you apply at some other agency on your way to apply for your cannabis license, being held up at government agencies for indeterminable amounts of time. They don't even tell you. They won't even tell you if it's going to be done within 30 days. They won't even tell you. And then when you follow up with them, they sometimes don't respond to you. So to me, these are the barriers. These are the true barriers for people starting businesses on Guam. And I don't think that's being discussed enough. Your applications at other agencies could be waiting, sitting on somebody's desk for months, possibly years, depending on what you're applying for or what type of clearance you're getting. And there's an inability for the government to even process the applications for which they themselves set the processes and requirements and timeframes for. So if an application process and by law is prescribes that it must be reviewed within 30 days, it doesn't get done. And so businesses just are at the mercy of these processes. That is the barrier. These are the true barriers. It's not a $5,000 or $10,000 fee. It's the amount of money or potential in investment losses while you're waiting a year for these applications for permits and things to go through. That's where the true losses are. If you ask anybody that was interested in medical cannabis, what happened? I thought you were going to open a business. Oh, I lost my investors. I know people who have lost 3 or more investors. And so if we want to talk about the real challenges in cannabis, these are the challenges. Another thing that we've been waiting for years to develop an RFP for a seed to sale platform. That was a law that was passed when the rules passed. Senator Dennis Rodriguez proffered that. We are still at the Attorney General's office waiting for a review of that. So what again, I don't think a $10,000, I'll pay that $10,000. You will find $10,000 if it's going to expedite something. You will find that money. What we can't help are these things. And that's where I'm hoping that we could get some support on it. So truth be told, despite what is prescribed in these regulations, and I know the board is determined to get these out and to get this off the ground. So again, Judge Mossy, I thank you and appreciate that. But despite what's in these proposed regulations, an application from start to finish could truthfully take anywhere from 1 to 3 years to make its way through government processing. And during this period, local startups can lose the confidence of their partners, of their investors, and some, depending on how much they put on the line, possibly their livelihoods. And that is the real risk of opening a cannabis business. A lot has been made about the decision to go with the allowance of vertical integration. There was some discussion about tax avoidance earlier. So I wanted to touch a little bit on that. The board initially had a set of rules that you were reviewing in its very rough draft form. And this was going to allow for anybody with the cannabis business a single license, and you could apply for a license at any additional level as long as it was vertical. You couldn't hold more than 1 license at any level. And that was to mimic what was in medical. What was initially proposed was not actually considered vertical integration. Vertical integration, you know, is all 3, and sometimes you're required to do it, sometimes you're not. It was just the option to have another license in that distribution chain. It merely allowed for cannabis companies to be set up to apply for a single license in the distribution chain. The board changed its course on the initial draft, and I want to point this out at that board meeting. It was a fallacy about a tax avoidance scheme that was brought up, and it was theory, and it was theory that was not based in any sort of fact or data. And the whole theory was that a wholesaler was going to sell to their own retailer for $1 and avoid excise taxes. And I was there because I remember it, I heard it, and it's a complete fallacy. And so I tried to make my argument to explain that IRC 280E was the mitigating factor, and it was the equilibrium that wasn't going to allow for a wholesaler to sell their goods to their affiliated retailer for $1, and why that was never going to happen. Guam gets to keep all his taxes. So this isn't an argument about what's going to the federal government and what's staying at the state. It's a much simpler argument, but the argument needs to be founded in what happens with IRC 280E. And so my response is, okay, you don't have to believe me, just request for a tax analysis from the Department of Revenue and Taxation. And that tax analysis would show that the IRC 280E impacts the retailers at a greater, at a greater proportion than the wholesalers. So essentially, the idea or the thought that a wholesaler was going to sell to their retailer at $1 a pound, or whatever fictitious argument was being made, was essentially a statement that any business that was going to have affiliates of or vertical integration was going to opt for a higher tax bracket, which is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And so I don't oppose the discussion, and I'm glad for the discussion, but the request for the tax analysis, I want to inquire if that was done, if that was the decision to base this prohibition on vertical integration. Was the tax analysis done? And was there any determination made from this tax analysis to say that a wholesaler was going to sell to their own retailer for $1? Was there any discussion on tax and how it applied across the board from the wholesale all across the distribution channel? Was there anything further?
Does anyone from the board want to address that? And I don't know if
I don't think Daphne's here.
still on the line. Is she?
I don't see her on here.
Okay.
Is there anybody
mean,
else from Reverend Tax?
If not, I'll go ahead and respond. I mean, to the best of my ability and knowledge, I'm not with Reverend Tax, but I will say, I mean, that isn't, at least for me, my discussions and my recollections and what I'm hearing, that isn't the only consideration for not permitting vertical integration. It's not just the speculation of tax evasion or the lack of regulatory oversight or ability to audit.
I just want to clarify that wouldn't be tax evasion. It's what any business who tries to stay in business does, which is try to, you know, pay the least amount of taxes they can, which is good business, really. Nobody's evading taxes. This is the most highly audited industry there is, and the most highly taxed in the United States. This is the most highly taxed industry in the United States because of IRC 280E. So, I mean, if we're going to pay particular attention to how much tax revenue is going to be generated, a simple tax analysis should have been generated to determine fees, to determine, you know, a faulty argument that no wholesaler is going to sell their retailer, you know, a pound of cannabis for $1. I mean, it's just not going to happen. It's the tax structure won't, I mean, it would be, like I said, why would I opt out of a 15% tax rate to say, okay, let me sell it to my retailer for $1 and pay a 21% tax rate? Right. It's nonsensical. So
I don't disagree on the value of an assessment. I think everybody ideally would like to study everything. And, you know, if we had unlimited resources, unlimited funds, but I think the big problem here is we don't have the data. I mean, we can't assess something that doesn't exist. You know, the industry does not.
Right. But it was just simply to explain that that argument is a fallacy. I mean, if the concern is that vertical integration was going to benefit certain companies because they could avoid taxes or avoid paying an excise tax, I mean, all you have to do is a tax analysis to include the excise tax, the GRT, the corporate tax, and to account for what IRC 280E is going to do to every single one of these businesses and how that's going to impact them.
First of all, that's not the only concern. That's what I believe I stated earlier.
Okay.
It's not a concern. But second of all, it still is requiring us to do an assessment, you know, of nothing. I mean, if you thought the economic impact study was on shaky ground, you know, you can imagine what we're trying to do if we're trying to do a tax assessment of businesses that have yet to exist on island. You know, I don't disagree, but I think that you know, we are required to do annual assessments after the industry is started, you know, and I think, you know, the basis for that is now we have something, we have a frame of reference, or, you know, a baseline to start from, and, you know, that will continue year by year.
If you don't mind, then could you share what were some of the other reasons, and so that maybe we could address why the board ultimately decided to go against the option to vertically integrate? Because that was the one that I remember specifically stating that it was going to allow larger corporations to smash every other business because they're going to have this tax avoidance scheme. And that's what I remember in particular from the discussions, and the board went with it and said, and I even remember a comment being made that maybe if a business is doing well, we'll allow them to horizontally expand. That would actually be the opposite of what we should be trying to do. The whole idea of vertical integration, competition exists horizontally, not vertically, right? And if we all agree, we can all agree that cultivators control the industry, allowing them to have a vertical position into their retail distribution chain doesn't monopolize anything. It simply allows them to brand a particular products or a particular line of products all the way to retail level. That's one of the benefits of doing it. It allows for quality control. You're going to put your brand on something. You're going to slap a brand on it. And the difference is here, and we're comparing this to alcohol. Alcohol is regulated by the federal government. It's regulated through the ATF. And so it's a highly regulated industry. So, you know, it's not apples to oranges. Cannabis is not. That high regulation is going to come from this board, not from the ATF or, you know, the FDA. That's going to, any regulations put forth for this industry has to come from you guys. And so that's the big difference. And one of the concerns, it's a mousetrap, if you will, if you're trying to compare apples to oranges. Any regulation that we need to discuss needs to fall within the scope of the responsibilities of the board. So we're going to compare apples to say alcohol, then the board needs to visit all alcohol laws all the way up to the federal level and adopt that under the board's jurisdiction for consideration, because we don't have that for cannabis. And so I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page as far as that was concerned. And so going back to this discussion about monopolies, competition is horizontal, right? And what we want to do is make and ensure that there's competition at the cultivation level. That's what's going, that at the root of this entire discussion is to ensure that we have competition at the cultivation level. The cultivation tiers were set. You have also the option based on the data that you have, and I know it's difficult to get that data, to revisit those, the canopy sizes. You can also look at other definitions, which would be plant count. You could go by plant count if you want. This was the definition recommended by a cannabis attorney. The canopy. The canopy definition was recommended by an attorney from Vicente Cederberg. And that's one of the things also that we recommend is that you send these draft rules to attorneys who are very well versed on, let's say they come and they look at this and say, well, you know what, we've had so many problems with this definition of canopy, and these are the problems that we've laid out over 2 years. This is what we find to be the best definition of canopy. Those are sort of the industry intricacies and nuances that only a cannabis attorney would be able to provide for you guys. And so that's another thing that I wanted to, again, reiterate and ask for your consideration on. But again, the idea is to not create monopolies. Again, I want to reiterate that that competition is created horizontally, not vertically. And so if you agree with that, if everyone's on the same page, and we all understand that cultivators are the ones that essentially control, that's where we want to create the competition, competitive fields, right? And to sort of put these rules in so that competition is fostered at that level. Let's see, I did want to address a comment, Vanessa, about contracts, and you're a lawyer, so I'm sure you'll understand this as well. Just to say, you know, you could contract stuff out. It also isn't that simple in cannabis. I'm not sure what the most current statistic is, but as of about a year or year and a half ago, I believe 50% of cannabis contracts get thrown out of court because cannabis is federally illegal, and that depends on which judge you come before. And so even your lease, which is why leases aren't recommended. So if you're a cannabis retailer, you're looking to open a retail shop and you're looking to lease commercial space, it's a bad idea. If you have a dispute with your landlord and you try to take that to court, depending on what judge you fall in front of, your case may even get thrown out just because it's a contract and cannabis is federally illegal. And depending on the judge or who you get, it could just simply be thrown out of court, rendering the lease null and void. And so there are a lot of contractual issues in cannabis as well. And so I just wanted to bring that up to your attention because I know you talked about contracts earlier. Another big concern that I had were the micro licenses, and I know we discussed this. And I know that there's some view among some certain people who discuss this, that they think grassroots Guam seems to be some sort of big industry, whatever. We are 3 local Chamorro women who have been bootstrapped and have been slapped down in this industry since 2015. And as of today, we have literally nothing. So I'd like to, offer that counter argument to that sort of idea that may be floating around. But the reason why we oppose micro licenses purely from a regulatory aspect, and I know this board, and I thank you for not wanting to grant regulatory exemptions for micro licenses, but the whole idea of micro licenses is that at some point they're going to realize 500 square feet is not going to be a viable, it's just basic math. It's just basic math. You're going to have these security protocols. You're going to have this seed to sale subscription that they're going to have to apply for a license. And when you start doing the math, it's not going to add up. They're going to realize quickly that 500 square feet is not viable. And I'm not expecting you to do the math now or anybody else to do the math. I'm simply offering a solution, which is to get rid of the micro license. Since the tier 1 license is up to 2,500 square feet, allow these people who want to start at 500 square feet to start at 500 square feet and grow till they can at least reach a break-even point or hopefully be profitable, and charge the tier 1 license at $400 for the application and $500 for the application and $500 for the license. That seems to resolve the concern about the fees are too high, and would allow for these, the proposed 500 square feet to actually grow and grow within their license without having to submit a new application. So that's our recommendation for that. I did have another question, but I guess Daphne's not here, right? And I wanted to, there is no wholesaler in this distribution chain. So I wanted to find out if the BPT exemption would be allowed for wholesalers. I mean, I don't know. I'm wondering if Daphne can give some insight into that. I guess if she's not here, I'd like to put that question on the record. Is there any BPT exemption for manufacturing or for farming? I don't know that cannabis farms by law would qualify for, because as far as I know, there is none. I could be wrong. I don't know about farmers or if this even qualifies as an agricultural product, because from what I understand, cannabis doesn't qualify as an agricultural product. I don't think it's listed in Guam law in this cannabis statute as an agricultural product. So I don't know if that idea that there is any BPT exemption is valid or not. Because as far as I'm concerned, yeah.
You're asking whether there's a BPT exemption to cultivators?
Yeah. Because I know that there are BPT exemptions for wholesalers, but we don't have wholesalers in this distribution chain in the proposed rules.
Right.
Okay, and so then, given that, I also wanted to put this question: will a tax analysis be done? And it doesn't have to be a tax analysis as far as how much taxes can be generated. It could just be simply a tool to understand how the taxes will be generated through the distribution chain. And it could be a good tool for all of us to understand how corporate tax and IRC 280E applies from the cultivator all the way up to the retailer, because it affects different levels of distribution in different ways. So, okay, another big concern is there is really no application process. And I know that one thing I'm very grateful for this board, truly grateful, is that you guys are so supportive of wanting this to be not an onerous process for businesses. And so I've heard that repeatedly at the board meetings. So thank you for that. But at the same time, we also need to mitigate bad actors, right? And some of the other people, I know Devin has testified to this as well. There are a lot of bad actors in the cannabis space. So we also need to protect ourselves as an industry, but also the government needs to protect themselves from liability from some of these bad actors. And one of the ways that you could do it is through an extensive application process, meaning that you know that everybody who is applying understands what they are fully undertaking. And that would be in the form of preparing a plan for application. It costs virtually nothing unless you decide to take on a consultant. It allows companies to bootstrap, to be able to put their plans together with their roll up their sleeves and put their plans together to fully understand not just the particular business that they want to open, but it also is a really fantastic learning tool to understand this entire industry. So I humbly urge the board to put back in the requirements for plans that were removed, and that I believe it was safety plan, inventory plans, and all the ones that were listed. We can go back and cite that, but I know it's in your board minutes. But those were removed, and I humbly urge the board to reconsider and place those back in. There are no inventory controls. Oh, let me take one step back. There's a lack of language to ensure labs are completely independent of other cannabis business, and this is critical because as we talk about vertical integration and how that is going to affect whether we have monopolies or not, this is the one thing that nobody's really discussed, because this is how you can create a monopoly. This is how you can create undue influence in the industry, is simply allowing your largest cultivator to also own a lab. And that being one of the only licensed labs on Guam that can essentially fail every other business and pass their own business. And so if you look at the medical rules and the medical law, there is over a page of extensive language. There will always be loopholes, right? But there's extensive language and reiterated in every which way you could possibly say it. And they went through great pains to come up with that language. And it was merely to mitigate the risk of competing interests in labs. Labs should be wholly dependent. Nobody who owns a cannabis business in the distribution chain should have any vested interest in a lab. Okay, and so that's my other really big one. There's some other smaller ones, like but just also very important ones. There are no inventory controls or security controls for farms. This is a big problem. Requirements for cultivation are lacking in other areas such as pesticide application, training and worker safety. And I'll defer to Nick on these. He can talk about these at great length and in much more detail than I could. The transport protocols are splashed over multiple areas of the draft rules, and those should be consolidated. There are also just some other things, like in manufacturing, you'll see some language in there that says manufacturing and cultivation. I am not sure if that was a copy and paste thing or why that is, but I think that just needs to be either sorted out, because it seems like the cultivation rules mainly focus on outdoor cultivation. There isn't a whole lot for indoor, and worker safety is a really big issue for indoor cultivation. And so those should be applied. Let's see, so we said transport protocols, again, are splashed over multiple areas. So there needs to be a consolidated section for transport protocols. There's no recall procedure or requirement for a recall plan. So like in the medical rules, one of the things that you put out was a plan for recalls. That was thrown out and nothing was placed back in to account for that. Recalls are a very important part of quality control, and a very important part of the regulatory process. So that will need to be included at all levels. You need to be able, if you end up with bubble hash on the shelf, you're going to need to be able to trace that all the way to the seed that it was grown with, or the clone that it was grown with, in order to be able to do proper protocols for recalls. So that's that is definitely needed. I did want to reiterate that the economic impact assessment is conservative. There was a statement made earlier that 1 large and 2 medium facilities will not supply, would supply 2 to 3 Guams, and I think that's completely false. Again, if you just take a look at the current market, and the number that we have again is 18.3% consumption rate on Guam. And if you can do some basic math and make some basic assumptions on that, this is actually a fallacy. It's not, this is not true. With the war, and I guess I would end with the final question. Would the board be willing to take on a new set of public hearings if you find that some major revisions need to be done with the draft? Would you consider another set of public hearings, or would a second draft be considered to be sent directly to the legislature? And I know the legislature could could have public hearings, but there would be no opportunity for them to make amendments.
Okay. I guess let me go. I guess I'll address that last question. And then I go back, I have a couple questions myself, but will the board consider another set of public hearings? I don't know. I can't speak for the board. That's something that we'll have to discuss in our next meeting. My sense is no. My sense is the legislature wants this. They wanted it 6 months ago. And so we need to deliver. And I think we've had robust discussion that we can submit a set of rules. That said, rules are always subject to amendment, and anytime they're subject to amendment or any change, they have to go back through a public hearing process, just like we've done. The meetings when the board deliberates are always open. They're always noticed, you know, and so the public can continue to engage, provide feedback, and communicate with us, you know, in the interim. And then with respect to the fact that there might not be a chance to amend at the legislature, I don't know that's correct. I think the legislature can amend what they want to. And I think that's a very, that's their prerogative. I can't speak for them, but that's what they are able to amend. They are able to hold their own public hearing, or if they, you know, like the way it is, then they can let it lapse into law. That's my understanding. So that's my response to that. I can't speak, again, I can't speak for the whole board. I can't say, no, we won't have another public hearing before submitting the inaugural rules for the cannabis industry. But my sense is that the overwhelming feedback that we've gotten from the community and from the senators who, you know, passed this bill has been, you know, hurry up. So I would sense that, no, we're not going to delay further. So that's my response to that. I guess going back, and this is part question, I mean, part clarification, but part question, because there was a lot of points made with respect to the application process, and the sentiment that there is no application process, or that that's been gutted by not referencing certain plans. And so I'm going back to Article 2 as it's drafted or proposed, and there is an application process. The board, the way it's proposed now, the board reviews the application, and they have to do it within a certain time. I think it's either 10 to 30 days where we have to either approve or deny, and then the applicant is given an appeals process. But if it is approved, and then the applicant has to go through, apply for a permit to operate. And that requires not just the further inspection by the department, Rev and Tax, but then it goes through all those agencies. And when the department is doing their inspection for the permit to operate, they are looking for those plans or those policies and procedures, and the content of those plans is referenced elsewhere in the rules. So that's the way it's drafted now. You know, so I don't know that it's correct to say that there is no application process. There is, you know, the policies and procedures are required, and they will be, the applicant will have to show that to the department, Rev and Tax, before they actually get their permit to operate, in addition to having to go through the other agencies. And we can't speak for the other agencies. You know, I can't speak for fire department. I can't speak for EPA, Guam EPA, but they will be a DPW, right? They do their own clearances for good reason. They're the experts in those areas, and they're looking for, they're addressing certain safety concerns. And I know fire department at least has a whole host of, I guess, model regs or checklists that they would be addressing specifically for cannabis facilities. With respect to the time frame, because that's another thing you brought up, and I definitely appreciate that. If not more than most, I have countless clients who, you know, just really ache about the regulatory process and getting a simple business license, no less a cannabis business license. And I have heard some really wacky stories about papers sitting in boxes for months and things not moving quickly enough. The problem is that I see, and I have a question for you, is I don't know that what we can do, the Cannabis Control Board can do outside of what we review for. We cannot dictate what GFD does. We cannot dictate what KIPA does. And so, you know, there may very well be some time, we can't, you know, guesstimate that, but at least for terms of, for purposes of what the Department of Revenue and Taxation is looking at, and in terms of the plans, policies, and procedures an applicant should have, we have set timeframes for ourselves. And that was definitely a concern for us in saying, we don't want to be sitting on applications. We want applicants to know whether they accepted, or if we have questions, we want to get them to them quick and we want them to respond. But if there is a suggestion on how we can, you know, further expedite it, because I think we really push for some ambitious timeframes, I definitely hear that. And then I think that I think that there have been a couple, you know, you're not the only one to point out, oh, I don't see this or that's not in there. And I think that one of the suggestions or discussions we had earlier is, in addition to the rules and regulations, like other agencies, we probably are going to have to issue guidance or clarify. I've got some great suggestions for checklists and workflows, or maybe those will be within the application form themselves once the rules are finalized. But I don't think, you know, I think that some of the things, I'm hoping some of the issues that you've addressed or that concerns you've raised are actually addressed. I think I'm hoping that it's a point we're just going to have to clarify and provide better guidance to applicants. And but, you know, again, if there's specific recommendations, I think we all welcome that. You know, I think Rev and Tax will welcome that too. You know, if you've got a best practice that you're referring to. So those are just some kind of comments, and, you know, if you have those specific recommendations, I would definitely welcome that.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, were you done?
Oh, I was going to give the other members of the board a chance if they had questions or comments. Okay. All right, if we have no further questions or comments, Andrea, is there anything else you'd like to add, or is that?
No, I'm good, thank you. I will be submitting a written testimony with more detailed, because I do have a line by line, I just didn't get to complete it. There's just some stuff that needs to be out of place or inconsistent, or like wrong terminology, like cut and paste stuff. Like in one section it says producer, which is a Washington term, and I don't think we use the term producer. I think we're using the term cultivator. So just like minimal stuff like that, and I will submit that. But I do want to just find out if that's true, and if at some point we can get clarification on the AAA law, because my understanding from I heard it at one public hearing was that the legislature has the ability to adopt, reject, or let it lapse, and those were the three options. I don't know that they had the ability. I don't know that they have the ability to amend your rules through the AAA process unless they adopted it into a bill. So I guess if we can somehow get that clarification for that slot, I'd greatly appreciate it. And again, I do want to thank the board. And one of the things that I did want to close with is, my goodness, if you guys were involved in our medical cannabis rules, we would be in a whole different place today. Thank you for your open minds and for really your hard work. I recognize the daunting task that this has been. It's not easy to be appointed to a cannabis board and sort of just pick up this topic that not only is so complex and extensive, but it changes. So, you know, you read something last month and all of a sudden that's already outdated. So I do appreciate the tremendous amount of work that you guys have done, the open minds that you have, and the thoughts that you want to support local businesses. Those haven't gone unnoticed, and I do want to recognize that. And of course, really important that you want to keep Guam environmentally safe and employ these best practices. So I didn't want to close without commending you guys for that and thanking you for the hard work. And I'll just go ahead and introduce Nick, since he will be coming up. He'll go ahead and give his credentials, but he's been really a big factor in sort of guiding us. He's a work colleague of ours. We brought him in for multiple seminars to come and speak to people. He's met with government officials. I think he's on some public hearing on the Guam Legislature channel, as we brought him, as well as Americans for Safe Access, to sort of help people get their questions answered with whatever guidance he could provide. And so I'll just go ahead and introduce him. He's Nick Easley, and his company is 3C. Nick, you're up.
Andrea.
Half a day, everybody. First, I just got to do a caveat here. COVID time, so don't be scared of my video. A little bit of a change than traditional. I think I forgot how to shave and have haircuts here, but half a day, everybody. It's good to talk to you back on island here in the Colorado kind of Highland Plateau. But, you know, I've been in the cannabis industry for 14 years after I got out of the military, and really, you know, service-connected disabled veteran, really saw the medical side. And, you know, Vanessa, I just wanted to echo something. It's like you said, you know, they wanted this 6 months ago, so you need to deliver. But then also the constituents of Guam in 2013 under Senator Barnes with the Walking Compassionate Act asked for medical cannabis. It's 2020. So I know the Department of Health, this is different than the Cannabis Board, but you know, I really appreciate the board taking the time and allowing me to come in and share a few comments. And I equally, I'll have myself and some of my staff, you know, we've gone through kind of line by line. There's definitely a couple issues here. But I will say this is the first time in my history of working in over 32 states, 2 US territories, and 37 countries on medical cannabis or adult use cannabis programs that I've ever seen a cannabis program get worse from a medical standpoint. And earlier on, Adrian, you said at the end of the day, this is just about business. But actually, at the end of the day, it's about like your reputation as a territory, the health and safety of like your visitors, your children, like your adults, and like responsible consumers. So we have to do this in a responsible manner, even though they want this to come fast. I'm all about understanding speed to market. I've started the first adult use cannabis programs in Colorado here, the first legal medical cannabis programs in Colorado from 2008 forward, where they were actually commercialized. So I would really invite you to look back at the medical laws when it came to public health and human safety. Because if you remember, you know, President Trump, soon to be past President Trump, when he appointed Jeff Sessions and he rescinded the Cole Memorandum, there were 8 rules that states and territories had to follow in order to have the federal government not intervene with their medical cannabis programs. And now that includes state cannabis programs. And one was it couldn't be a violation of public health and human safety. There are capricious and copious amounts of instances in this current proposed draft where we're overlooking environmental, social, implications here. So if you refer back to the medical language when it came to some of the, like Andrea had mentioned, packaging and labeling and safety guidelines, or some of the safety concerns, like in cultivation, it says if you're going to do outdoor, you need a 10-foot fence. That's going to go against certain zoning requirements of local ordinances. There's nothing about barbed wire or razor wire, the type of fence. A 1-inch gate, pretty undefined. So these rules, of course, I could imagine, Vanessa, especially from a council perspective, typically we'll have like the bill, the law, guidance documents, draft regulations of additional guidance documents. But we're at the point that with this, to push it through, I'm all about the speed to market, especially from a business standpoint, but more so from the medical standpoint, because there are patients in need of medicine still on the island 7 years after that law has been passed. I think a few of the medical patients that had even spoke on some of the commission hearings that I'd attended, even back with 2 governors back, have now passed away, that we're kind of looking for these programs. So we need to remember anything that's created under this adult use cannabis program, it's still for a person and a consumer, and it needs to be done safely. So just to go through a couple of like my high level comments, and again, I will share screen and I will share, send this before the deadline. But one of the things, we need to have the same seed to sale tracking program when it comes from cultivation, manufacturing, extraction to retail. If it's metric, if it's BioTrack, there's a variety of different vendors to do this, but it makes it very challenging for having to do dual entry real accounting to enter in like different SKUs, batches, and tracking IDs. Only in this draft language here do they mention transport manifest logs on the dispensary side. How is that product getting from cultivation to processors and extractors to a retail establishment? You need transport manifest logs as well as COAs for each step of the process when it goes from one entity to another. And there are aspects that deal with talking about transportation. Great that you say that they can't happen in the back of a pickup truck. It has to be a fully enclosed vehicle, but nothing about like GPS tracking, the amounts of individuals to do that. Nowhere in these laws and rules, you could have this in guidance documents later or in the application materials itself, but there's nothing about background checks. Having helped individuals on Guam apply for the first commercial cultivation licenses for medical, which are still in review with the Department of Health, which of course you're saying that you will review these applications in 10 to 30 days. The Department of Health is not following the law currently on issuing those licenses, which would help patients have access to medicine. So if it's not happening on a medical side, pretty indicative it's not going to be happening on an adult use side. The cultivation rules are 9 pages long. I've never seen, I'll be honest, more of a joke of cultivation rules, which is one of the most important aspects for worker safety and consumer safety, as well as environmental safety. Nothing about what you do with your waste drainage or discharge from plants. You talk about all these natural derived materials, but then you're allowing synthetic things to be used for weed control. In commercial cannabis cultivation, like this is the one plant in the world that we call a weed, synonymous all over the world. So weed control is not traditionally a problem when it comes to indoor cultivation or greenhouse controlled cultivation. Outdoor, I laud you for allowing outdoor. I very much appreciate that. It's the most environmental climate and kind of how this plant was intended to grow. And we went indoors to hide as an industry years ago, but allowing that to happen, there do need to be additional safety and security protocols and procedures to make sure that, especially in the outrolling of this program, that you don't want to have bad news, bad press, bad credibility, especially from a recall procedure. The medical side, it typically starts, rules and procedures get better as you learn. This was a de-evolution of what I see as 5 years of hard work to make a safe program for patients, the environment of Guam, and now for the consumers of Guam. This is the first time that many of the Asian market is through tourism is going to be exposed to legal cannabis. You have a huge responsibility here. There's no approved pesticide list. And, just if I were to show, like on, a screen of that standpoint here, these approved pesticides, very common. I helped with this in Colorado years ago. I've helped multiple states to do this. Like what is allowed from pyrolysis when you actually burn a pesticide? That's what happened with mycobutanol, like a common pesticide, Eagle 20, which was turning into hydrogen cyanide when it was heated up and inhaled. Hydrogen cyanide in your lungs is not a very good thing. Even if you're not a scientist, cyanide lungs, probably not good. So this is a list of like naturally derived pesticides that are approved from a 25B exemption level. Anyone in the Department of Agriculture, I would hope, would understand 25B special elections, which you can see in the EPA number. States and, awesomely, US territories get to create their own special 25B and 25C use provisions for specific specialty crops. Cannabis is one of those crops, kind of like citrus in Florida or certain places where the state or territory depends on it for its economic gains. When you look at this sort of list, saying that anyone can use a naturally derived something, as a directed, there are plenty of naturally derived, extremely dangerous pesticides out there, especially when they're sprayed on cannabis, it's dried and smoked. Not to mention the workers, which are not once mentioned in these rules for pesticide application training through the Department of Agriculture on Guam, pesticide re-entry periods for how long you have to wait for a pesticide before you go back into a room. Nothing about personal protective equipment, pandemic response plans, fit test masks for respirators for these sorts of things, how safe storage needs to happen. Like I said, your medical laws, those
are already in it. Those are already in the bona fide program. So in order for you to become to get the bona fide program, you would have already had to have gone through that.
Through these trainings. So like pesticides, applicator trainings,
all of that
storage. Okay. So yeah, in those laws, I think typically in draft regulations, I would see citations to those things. So it's not as ambiguous. I'm not a lawyer, but my general counsel in looking at this, like when we don't see a list or a reference, that ambiguity is pretty scary, especially since it's a public health kind of issuance there.
I think it clearly says that you need a bona fide certification. And in order to get the certification, you need to have gone through all of those. It's already in the agricultural rules.
Super. Thank you very much, sir, for that clarification. I'll move on to my next spot here then. Let me just get this list back over here. I mentioned liquid waste is another thing for cultivation. There's nothing about that. So if there's outdoor cultivation, naturally derived inputs, you do have a nice input of like list there, but outdoors is a little bit more challenging if you're doing pots or doing in ground. We know Guam's environment is very, very sensitive and very unique, and endemic species are there. So we have to be very careful with the products that are being imported to use for that. But for any of the greenhouses and indoor operators, especially hydroponic producers, there's a contradiction in your rule where it's saying naturally derived fertilizers, for example. Well, commonly not known is that hydroponic solutions are not naturally derived, and there's very synthetic processes used for those. And if there's no waste collection or for liquid wastes or runoff, industrial waste, that's going to be very, very dangerous, and it's going to hurt your actually like sewage systems for a lot going in there that you don't know what that is there. The only time odor control is really mentioned, it's in the extraction aspects of the rules. Big fan of this plant myself, but if, based on certain zoning, you've got your distance buffers for schools and so forth from the medical program, but odor control is something that really, just because this is illegal, not everyone needs to smell this. Even though I'm a medical cannabis user, we want to be responsible as we bring adult use into the world, especially with 1.6 billion potential tourists within a 4-hour flight from you. So odor control needs to be added to all of these systems. CO2 is mentioned in the extraction laws, but nowhere near in cultivation. So, if you remember the Bill Nye the Science Guy from photosynthesis, you need sunlight, water, and carbon dioxide to make glucose and oxygen. Anytime you're going to have CO2 systems, pressurized gases, those tanks, how they're hooked to the walls, what the parts per million can be allowable in those. If there's going to be alarms or sensors, nothing is for that there. In the extraction laws, it's interesting how you're going to allow a lot of petrochemicals, propane, hexane, butane, isopropyl. Didn't mention dimethyl ether, certain things with ethanol, but any of those volatile solvents, I would highly recommend having a different sort of classification of manufacturing licenses for volatile extraction. This is similar to California or multiple other states. If something goes boom, boom, it needs class 1, div 1, explosion proof standards, spark proof. That's maybe a lot of the fire standards, but not having this in this laws, it's setting a bad precedent that others could follow. Even for class 1, div 2 for pressures, CO2 processors. One of those fittings bursts, that's 600 parts per PSI. I mean, you're taking eyes off. It could be very, very dangerous. The fire codes are mentioned briefly in extraction, but nothing in cultivation. There are sometimes large scale cultivation operations, especially indoor, that have burned down some greenhouses in the past. Sprinklers, those sorts of things required. Those are fire inspections, but by not having those sorts of things in the law, it does leave ambiguity. A huge, huge issue I have with this current draft on page 57 as well, it's mentioning for extraction, no natural oils can be utilized for any sort of infusion. Coconut oil and a variety of other natural oils are some of the base products for most extracted infused products or lipid-based products. But then in the next sentence, you're allowing polypropyl glycol, which is a viscous agent commonly used in like vape cartridges to suspend, keep cannabinoids in solution. Polypropyl glycol is antifreeze, and it's already been shown like through electronic cigarettes, very, very dangerous for the lungs. If you've heard about the vape crisis, vitamin E, vitamin A, as well as polypropyl glycol and synthetic flavor additives were the main reasons for that. We need to add some language in for that. In 9307, you also mentioned like cannabis seeds and tissue culture from on island. I doubt anyone has a tissue culture on lab on island. I would wish they would someday, but adding the words like clones is very important. And I understand when it comes to new genetics in a new territory or state, we don't ask the question of like how the Virgin Mary got pregnant. The same thing with new genetics in a new state.
We have a tissue culture lab.
For cannabis?
We have one at the Department of Agriculture.
So the Department of Agriculture on Guam is currently tissue culturing cannabis? I would imagine other plants.
Not for cannabis, for other
plants.
But you had mentioned that there is no tissue culture lab on Guam, and there is.
So I rescind there is no tissue culture lab on Guam for cannabis, since we're talking about cannabis. So I would imagine that we would if you're only allowing seeds to come from seeds or from tissue culture, I'm not assuming that the Department of Agriculture is going to be providing tissue culture options with cannabis genetics. So I would recommend adding in clones as well, or live genetic material from on island. Otherwise, there's just that ambiguity we need to be careful of. Insecurity for cultivation, security, health, and public health and human safety is the main reason we make these rules. Because this is a plant, it's not that bad, but when I think about a common cultivation security plan, which would be a requirement in any state, even in Puerto Rico, I see something like this. A site plan, where's my fencing? What are my limited access areas? Who's gonna be coming into those sorts of areas? Where are all of my camera placements, the angles on those, all of the things needed for these? You have zero requirements for security other than a 10-foot fence when it comes to cultivation. And most people think like that's where the value is. The major value is like extraction or dispensaries where there's cash. It's not about live plants, but you can't overlook this because there are workers, there are people, the same thing for like the types of plans needed for inside the facility as well as outside the facility. It might be in your application materials, but in the laws to make it very clear, I know we're arguing about $5,000 fees or something. I mean, to do even a small scale business on island with the compliance, I mean, you're looking at $500,000 to $1 million of capital expenditures, operational expenditures. I've seen well over $1.3 billion like through like companies I've worked with. This is not a cheap business to do, but it's not cheap to own a restaurant. It's not cheap to own any other sort of business and get started. But we have to think about the workers and their safety as well as like the consumers, and we're not seeing certain things that are on there. So I think in our draft comments that I'll send over, we really need to be mindful of security much more so. The waste provisions for cultivation, I'm an organic farm kid. I love composting. When it comes to adult use and not having like it made unrecognizable and grinding with kitty litter or certain soils or media, you're gonna get diversion. You're gonna get people breaking into dumpsters. You're gonna get people at the processing companies that the workers that use the rubber glove, or I'm sorry, latex gloves or nitrate gloves, take those off, put them in the trash. They put them in the freezer, they go home. There's nothing about expired products and how dispensaries have to deal with these. In Colorado in 2013, over 200 people at a high school had to go to the hospital because some kids found some edibles that were expired in a dispensary dumpster. We don't want Guam on the news for this. We wanted about a good program that made sustainable tax revenue and jobs. But you're pushing through a program that has been done safely and designed safely for medical, but it's been, I don't know what happened when it came to these new laws. So any way that we can pro bono help with this program, myself, my firm will make some of these recommendations. I'm sorry it's a little late here on Friday night. I know it's your Saturday there, but there's nothing about COAs anywhere in the regulations as well. Testing needs to be added. Residual solvents need to be tested, especially when it comes to those volatile solvents. You say they have to have like vacuum and cleaning, but you'll never really know if that's there unless you actually test for residual solvents. Nowhere, is there anything in cultivation about employee training? So you mentioned with the pesticide trainings, like that would be included, but there's additional trainings that we need to make sure they have, especially there. 10,000 square foot, I heard that comment that would be enough to service Guam. I wouldn't imagine, but when we think about these application processes, and I'll just share a few more codes before I wrap up here, and I really appreciate this extra time. When I think about applications and what's commonly required, like for community benefits programs, or just bringing up an Illinois example here, like the things that are needed, or like where there's additional points, like if it's veteran owned or local owned, you have those requirements. Our zoning, but when I don't see background checks for a Control 1 substance as part of a rules and regulation process, it might be part later, but you need to define this to CYA as a territory different than a state. We don't want to have any sort of implications here where there could be problems. But when we think about, cultivation plans and the things needed for cultivation plans, the workflows of those, I heard that mentioned, Vanessa, I appreciate that, where like workflows might be required. Or when we're thinking of, specifically like packaging and labeling plans, there is zero in this current draft of regulations about anything when it comes to contamination, standards, quality assurance, health and safety audits, pandemic response plans, recall preventative procedures, batch testing, lots, IDs, how to dispose or return products. Who does that? Is it the department? Is it the individuals and operators? These are the things we need. I really appreciate you came up with a nice little logo like that states have, which, But when I think about some of like our company labels and what we would need to do for testing, or like, you know, Braille might be a little significant, but you've got lots of people that are going to be coming from different places. QR codes are very, very helpful. Who tested this? Batch sizes, like your labeling requirements, like these are the things that are required. But when it comes to other places, and this was Illinois, not even that diverse of a place compared to like who you have as neighbors, that's where I would recommend some of these qualifications, because you want this to be safe for your people and the people that come to visit your island, so they love it and they come back. Like, I wish I was down there jumping off Maritza Pier right now, or climbing Mount Lam Lam, having some pickles down on South Guam. I really would miss that, and I would love to come back someday soon, if you'll have me after these comments. But I care about the health and safety of your people. I love your island. I'm a big fan of medical and recreational cannabis programs and what they've done across the country and the world. But I'm seeing, you know, in this draft, in these rules, I don't know what happened between medical and these recreational laws. And it's really concerning, because this is, I know what rules turn into when it comes to a program, having had over 1,000 clients and owning many of these businesses. And if you leave this ambiguous in here, it's not the best operators sometimes that come forward into this. And I really invite you to like look at those medical ones that got so intensive. They need to be more stringent than the medical rules, you know, initially, because, you know, at this stage, if we don't have these sorts of pieces, or, you know, community benefits type plans, or like what the operators are going to do for these, you know, these operators, like visitor policies, access control levels, remote monitoring. You've got a few things for like cameras, which is great, record keeping procedures. These things are mandatory in any other state I've ever operated in. And none of this, I mean, you've got, you know, the no pickup truck, they got to be closed. But so I'll go through this. I know I've gone through a lot here this evening, or morning there, but I'll go through and make sure within the 10-day window to get as many of these comments over, just to help make this a good program for the island. I remember with, you know, seeing Governor Liu and seeing this program happen, and the patients there so excited for this program, still waiting and thinking about all the jobs and opportunity. But it's a small island, and if you do one thing wrong, like the recalls that happened in Oregon, Washington, Colorado, like they were detrimental to companies, but more detrimental to the program and its reputation. So I really appreciate the opportunity to share here. Think about some of those pickles on South Guam that got me a little excited. It's been a long time, and the tuba lady down there, but really just hoping you guys stay safe and well out there, and we can create a beautiful program together to help really help the island to succeed. So if you've got any questions, I'm definitely open to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Easley. Do any of the members have questions for Mr. Easley?
Chairman, Madam Chair, Mr. Easley, Teresa Ariola, I'm with the board. I'm sorry I'm late, but I did catch a majority of your testimony. It's quite a lot of recommendations, so I hope you'll be submitting written testimony. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Teresa.
Okay, thank you. For those who are just joining us, we have about an hour and a half left today. So we continue to welcome and encourage written testimony by emailing us, and we'll provide that email again in the chat. But we also have openings for presentation of oral testimony. So if you'd like to testify at this point, you just need to turn your camera and your mic on and let us know, or you can identify yourself in the chat. Okay, why don't we go ahead and take a 10-minute break? All right, we're all back. So we've got a little less than an hour and a half left. If there's anyone who'd like to testify, can you go ahead and announce yourself now, either by turning your mic and camera on or, oh, here we go, or letting us know in the chat. So if you'd like to testify, go ahead and type your name in the chat and we will call on you in the order that you have identified yourself. So, Chris Masterenko, would you please go ahead and turn your mic and camera on?
I'm on.
Hi,
Can you see me? Hi.
We can see you and hear you. And I apologize if I mispronounced your name. Would you go ahead and say it for us for the record?
It's Chris Masterenko.
Okay, great. All right, Chris.
So first I wanted to compliment the board on the arduous task that they've undertaken. I mean, amazing amount of work that's been done and yet to do, and don't know how they managed to get through all of it that they have so far. I had a few comments regarding vertical licensing, although I think it may have been beaten to death. My first thought is, if I was going to be a cultivator, you know, we have a very small local island community people. We don't have the tens of millions of residents that are involved in California, Nevada, Colorado, where they have the opportunity to have multiple vendors under some of these separate licenses. For example, as a cultivator, regardless of size, the current draft, I would have to have someone move my product to a dispensary. Is that correct? And they have to have that license.
Correct.
Right. So in that process, again, what if we don't have one? That nobody says, wow, I really don't want to be just a transporter. I would just rather not do it at all, or I would rather just do this. So now we have a group of cultivators who can't move to market. That's a paramount concern to me. Second is, I looked at some of the scenarios of cultivators that are having a vertical license in the dispensary side. And their dispensary is at their cultivation facility, one eliminating a concern of transportation, not from just a cost aspect, but from a safety aspect. You know, let's face it, you're moving basically gold or cash. it's high risk. It's got a lot of people that would be interested into intercepting that transportation. I'm sorry for being like the devil's advocate, but I mean, look, G4S is moving cash around for banks, for big companies, because they know it's a massive risk. And I think that same holds true in this industry. Moving it from a cultivator to a dispensary to a manufacturer involves a risk. And also potentially a quality control, a biohazard issue. There's a gambit of processes that are going to be then out of that cultivator's hands. Especially if we have to go to a lab for testing, which I think is absolutely required and is mandatory. Where's the lab going to come from? What if no one steps up to license a lab? I've looked at several states' labs, and they've all said that they're not obviously the best money maker, and they're in a state like Nevada where they're putting up multi-million dollars for testing equipment, redundant testing equipment, to have this certified lab and protections in place, because they also have to store that tested product. All of this could be for naught if we don't have some certified labs. And again, the monopoly issue, of course, what if we only have one certified lab? Who is going to watch that? The next thing I think is the vertical licensing. I think would be a positive aspect in only certain areas. If a cultivator wants to do transportation and is willing to step up and pay individual license to doing that, or being a dispensary and wants to pay the individual licensing and tax ramifications for doing that, they should be allowed to do so. But likewise, maybe not obviously for a lab for conflict of interest issues, but also in manufacturing. If we can maintain the manufacturing issue as a sole and separate license, not to a cultivator, not to a dispensary, but to manufacturers that already exist, it would enhance their business. And then it would also enhance the business of the dispensary, because then they can, as part of their product line, deal with that manufacturer and carry their, whether it's a CBD product or it's an edibles or a consumable, it increases potential business in different businesses arenas. I've heard a lot of concern regarding monopolies. You know, the big family out there that wants to own it all, of course. And I think the 10,000 square foot canopy, a wonderful concept. Maybe because the size of the island, maybe it should be smaller. Maybe it should be 7,500 square foot cap. If we're certainly going to be talking about letting more individuals in the cultivation side and in having licenses to do so, and having competition and variety and all the crafting that brings, maybe we can have a smaller canopy size. Certainly a smaller canopy size is not going to be a scenario, oh, well, you know, now it's not worth it because I'm not going to make X because I wanted this kind of canopy size. I don't think that's true. I think there's plenty of opportunity regardless of some of these canopy sizes, again, from the crafter who's the individual to the larger facility who's running a 5,000 square foot operation. Lastly, I guess my other point of concern was in the fertilizer area. I've heard discussions regarding pro organics or against organics. Other places are doing organic. We have a small, delicate island. I think there's no reason to not do it once, do it right, and have just completely an organic operation. And if you're not willing to do that, then maybe this isn't the business for you. again, I know this is a long, painful road, but I wish to thank the board for all their work to this point. I do like the idea of some vertical integration, but certainly not all. That's all I have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? I guess, Mr. Masterenko, I just want to clarify. I mean, so what vertical integration do you think should be permitted, and what do you think should be prohibited?
Well, I think because of the size of the island and the very limited number of certain licenses that are going to be taken, not a limitation by availability, but a limitation by just how many people want to do an independent lab, how many people want to do transportation. Again, the first concern is, what if nobody steps up to do a lab? They say, you know what, we've looked at the numbers, we've looked at the number of tests we're going to run, it's just not viable. And so I don't think that a grower should have a lab, regardless of that issue. But I think that a grower should be able to, if they choose to do so, have a license for transportation and control that segment just for internal security, external security, biosafety, of moving that product from their facility, whether it be to a manufacturer's facility, or it's to a dispensary, or it's potentially to their own dispensary. So of course the immediate concern is, well, if they own the transportation, they own the dispensary, they own the cultivation, wow, that's a monopoly. No, there's ways to get around that. Other states allow this, and they do it on a 70-30 split, which I'm sure has been discussed in here before, that if I'm a grower and I'm going to have a dispensary, I must sell 30% of my product not at my dispensary. I must provide it to other dispensaries, and there should be some controls in play, price controls and everything else, in order to require that and monitor that as part of the seed sale system. So in answer to your question, should a cultivator have a transportation license? I think so, yes. Should they potentially have a dispensary license? I think that's a possibility. Should they have a manufacturer's license? I'm not saying it would hurt anything, but would it create more business opportunities if they didn't? Even if we lowered the cost of somebody who's going to just have a manufacturing license, a bakery shop. They want to do a few things in edibles, but yet they don't want to be a cannabis, bakery shop. It's just a part of their business. Maybe that would be a great avenue for them to just have a manufacturing license. Same thing with like I said, my biggest concern is testing. All of this goes nowhere without a certified lab. And I understand that can't be a government entity at this point, but the concern is going to be, well, we've got 40 applications for cultivators and dispensaries. We've got 0 for a lab. And I just don't see, I've looked at the financials on the lab side. It's just not there based on the amount of product that the island would typically consume and the testing required. You're going to go, wow, I'm going to put up a $1.2 million lab to test 10,000 pounds of cannabis a year, or whatever that number is. It's not servicing.
I think there are more than a couple of people that have already picked up applications for labs.
Wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. It certainly, in my part, relieves concern. That's all I have at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Masterenko.
Thank you.
there's anyone interested in testifying at this point, we welcome your testimony. John Tavares. Hey, John, did you want to submit additional testimony?
Yes, just from a patient standpoint, one thing that oh, I have to, sorry, let me turn on the light. I'm in the car. My wife has shopping agendas that I have to take her to. But my name is Jonathan Tavares. I'm a patient here. And one thing that I don't that I have not a huge issue because it's what's on the market now. But I would like to see, as the lawyer from New Jersey had alluded to earlier, was BHO, butane hash oil, or yeah, which is one of the extraction processes that are allowed in the rules. Believe it's page 83, subsection, section 9404. I can pull out the exact reference. Section 2, subsection A2. The BHO and propane, I know that he mentioned in the chat earlier that those are things that butane hash oil is one of those things that industry-wide is being moved away from. There has been instances in the States where seen through the media, through the news outlets, that bad processing and accidental explosions from that process had occurred. I'm just hoping that the board can reevaluate that and look into at least removing that, because there are other options like Mr. Harris alluded to earlier, solventless. There are also CO2, also dry ice extractions that can be used to extract cannabis matter, the trichomes and the CBD and the THC from the plant. Other than using something that we don't encourage people to inhale butane. Why would we put it on something that we're going to ask people to possibly smoke? That's just my logic behind it.
All right, thank you, John.
Thank you, guys. You guys are doing a great job. I know it's a long day. Keep it up, guys.
Do you have anyone else who would like to testify at this time?
I testify that I have a headache already.
Drink water.
Hey, don't we have daylight savings? Isn't it 5 o'clock already? No, that's fall back, sorry. Not spring forward.
When to testify, we'll just continue to stand by, see if we have anyone who's trying to squeeze into that last hour, but we can go ahead and mute and turn the camera off, and I'll just call the meeting back to order if we get anyone who comes in.
Craig, are you there?
Hi, Adrian. It's just me here at the conference room.
Okay. I got a question that if people submit a written testimony, do they get like some kind of confirmation that their testimony was received?
Yes, they do.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
I think there's people waiting to be let in the room.
Okay. I think they're being.
Already, we've let them in. Thank you.
Okay. For those who just joined us, if you'd like to testify, please just turn your camera and mic on, and we are ready to hear you.
Vanessa?
Hi.
Hi. Hi, Chad. Good afternoon.
I just state your name for the record, and you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. My name's Amanda Woolley, and I'm just calling in as a concerned citizen. Hi, Andrea. I'm not claiming to be some subject matter expert by any means, but it seems to me that the way that the rules and regulations have been rolled out by your group, they're designed really to give anyone in the community a chance, at starting the business in this cannabis industry. It seems that the fees are reasonable. You can find your own investors, or use your own money to start your own business. And the three issues that I wanted to talk about today were really about not limiting the number of licenses available. And I know that's not in the rules and regs, but you hear so many things out in the community, you talk with different people, and that's just definitely something that I wanted to just get out there, that I hope that that we never run into that problem of limiting the number of licenses available. The second issue is about vertical integration. And then my third issue is about chemicals, right? Synthetics. So, in the research that I've done in my readings, right, looking at vertical integration, it seems it was really started off in like the mainland for, medicinal purposes, for, controlled purposes. And I can see in recent years, in the last like 5 years, that a lot of the states are moving from vertical integration to more of an open market to allow for small businesses to thrive, right? And some of the things that I think about are that, like, when I go to buy my smartphone, yeah, I'm going to my carrier for, the instrument or the device and for the sales and services, but they're not manufacturing it there. Right? They're not making it there. And the same thing goes when I go to buy my car. They're not making my there at my dealership. And I think that, a big concern that I have and other people that I've spoken to is that, there are so many special interests from off island or from big money, that wants to come in and monopolize, our market. And we haven't even gotten it off the ground. And I really think it's important for us to really look at protecting the small businesses. if we approach this and said that we want to open this up so that we can create through this new industry, create new jobs, right? Provide, to have the growers, the extractors, the retailers, to be able to find a market for themselves, why would we even consider going with vertical integration? Why would we limit, or why would we prohibit these businesses from being able to thrive and to become masters of one, as opposed to the jack of all trades and masters of none, right? So, this is really something that I think the board has to take seriously and into consideration. And yeah, so there's that on that end, right? And again, through so many readings, so many of the states that started off with vertical integration, certainly aren't mandating it. They're either making it optional. And just a couple of months ago, Forbes magazine put out an article that the Florida courts have ruled vertical integration unconstitutional. So certainly, Vanessa, I'm sure you've seen a lot of different articles, and that you'll only make the best legal recommendations based on what's available out there. The third issue that I brought up earlier was really about synthetics. I mean, we talk about how we don't want to put processed foods into our bodies and going for the naturalistic approach, trying to go for whole foods. I just don't understand why we would allow for, these different chemicals, these looking at synthetic marijuana versus botanical marijuana. I think that so many of the farmers, and I'm not just talking about our COVID farmers today, but people that have really started, in the last, all my life, self-respecting farmers that use a variety of natural approaches, right? And are not looking to process looking to process what we're putting into our bodies, either by consumption or by smoking. And I think that pretty much wraps up what I wanted to share. And if I misspoke about anything, I hope the subject matter experts, will address it for me.
Thank you so much. I think, yeah, you touched on concerns and so really the big issues I think that we've been hearing. Those might be the three big issues throughout these hearings. You're not the first to raise the concern about limiting the number of licenses. So we had someone else testify to that, and it isn't in the rules. And I think the issue briefly came up in our previous board meetings, and it wasn't something that we wanted to do. So we did not put in the proposed rules, and it's not something that I really think I've only heard one person kind of raise throughout these hearings say it kind of imply that there should be a limit, but overwhelming consensus is there should not be a limit on the number of licenses, and that's not in there. But I have heard that rumor. We've heard that rumor in these hearings.
No, so thank you. And thank you, I really want to commend all of you for allowing us to come out and talk to you and to going over 3 days. I wish that there were so many more opportunities for the public to be able to present. And thank you especially for taking this time on your entire Saturday and dedicating it to this. So thank you very much for, all of you that have made this happen for us to be able to come and speak our minds and share our thoughts.
Thank you. And thanks to you guys for coming out. We've got some people who've been here every day, who've been here right along with us.
Yes.
Do any members of the board have questions for Amanda? No? Okay, thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Director Herrera. If there's anyone else who'd like to testify, please just go ahead and turn your camera and mic on and let us know. Okay, we'll continue to stand by and watch out for any new attendees. In the meantime, if anyone changes their mind and would like to testify, just notify us in the chat and we'll go ahead and resume.
Hello, Madam Chair. We do have someone from the public who would like to make testimony, so we're just checking him in right now. And then we'll go ahead and have him, we'll have you, I guess, begin, or have him begin. Just, if you could just give us a minute. Thank you.
There you go.
Happy day, Madam Chair. So we have with us Mr. Jeremy Regis, and I'm going to go ahead and put the speaker right beside him. Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Sorry, chewing gum. Even as a turbo. Here. I don't want to be smacking you anymore. COVID free, don't worry.
Yeah. Can you hear him okay? Can you hear us okay, Madam Chair?
Yes, we can.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Buenas, happy day. Buenas, Madam Chair, and all board. I can't really see your names. And yeah, my name is Jeremy Regis, retired vet. I'm also a local farmer, future entrepreneur within the industry. And I've actually been in the industry for quite some time, like going back and forth and studying it. And a lot of things I see here that's wrong with, when I say wrong, I mean like it's all the industries are having a problem whatsoever, and we're adopting their rules, their policies and laws. But here on Guam, it's like the way I see fit is that we are a total different animal. Like, I'm sorry, I forgot. I represent also Meds for Vets and the Cannabis program here that I'm trying to start up. Because I suffer from PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. If not the only one here on island that has 100% rating just for that single injury. It's not something I'd be proud of, but you know, I saw fit that I was on, that cannabis was the way, because I was on 23 medications, like having PTSD, severe depression, severe anxiety, and I could have died. I hate to bring up a name, but he was one of my LTs in the guard, and his name was Gino Scabaluri. I'm sorry. He passed away by overdosing, and I could have been on that same track, you know. And it was just, you know, access to medicine that kind of frustrated me, and that's why I started these programs. And there's a lot of things I see wrong with the board, is like, especially with growing. I'm a local farmer, and I try to provide medicine for all vets that don't have access to it. Even like when it comes down to it, me growing out the legal amount, I grow out the legal amount and I share it with all the vets because they don't have access to it, or they don't know how to grow it, you know? And yeah, I'm just saying that as this, you know, me speaking here and representing the vets, like, and I represent a lot of vets here that don't have access to this medicine. And sorry, I'm like jumping around, but like there's so much on my mind that I want to like address to you guys, but just access to it. Like, and as a grower, as a farmer, I see fit that you guys are trying to take away certain ways of growing. You have to be all organic. That's not giving the full potential of the plant, of what is needed by these vets. Honestly, like it'll be in a control environment, but like you have to know, you allow only certain people to grow with those types of nutrition, because if they know how to get rid of all the synthetics and all that, it's just as safe. If you look at any industry right now, I'm sorry, you look at any industry, they don't test for mites. They don't test for flushing. All they do is test to see for cannabinoids, like the level of cannabinoids and the amount of THC or any CBN, CBD, or any content of CBD, the percentage. They don't test for mites. They don't test for anything. And I can guarantee you that you could go around and ask any good reference, Steep Hill Labs, like get reference from them. They are the standard. They don't fudge. People try to pay them out. People try to do all this, but they kept to the standard. You want a standard? Look up Steep Hill Labs. I'm just saying, as this testimony in closing too, is that there's a lot of things. You guys have to be open, really open to, there's another one, I'm sorry. For the business perspective, like especially a future entrepreneur that wants to go in and actually grow in the industry and also provide for the public and also vets, that if you make it too hard for us to get in, it's like, no one's gonna support you guys whatsoever. I'm just being straight up. At the same time, it's certain levels of how you guys offer only service, or you could be a producer or a farmer, or we call it retail. Like you have these breaking down in categories where it doesn't even work within the industry. You have to have R&D, research and development, in order to actually see what your byproduct or your subproduct is of cannabis is. Like you have extracts, you have the multiple extraction processes, BHO, you have heat press, you have low temp extraction, you have solvent extraction, solventless extractions, such as even using cold chain method. And that's all cleaner than the process of even smoking it, you know? You don't even have to smoke cannabis. It's like edibles. I understand that you guys are trying to like push away the form of candy and the looking so like kids don't get into it, and that's good. And it shouldn't represent anything that looks like candy because it's only made consumable for adults. And that's one thing I liked about what you guys pushed through. But the processes of actually getting the cannabis, you have to have R&D, research and development. And if you don't have that, then no one's going to jump on. You're going to lose money. You're not going to be able to, like the government's looking to make money too off of this, right? And the only way that we survive is we actually support each other. You know, it's going to be hard starting off, especially with you guys trying to limit us to growing with without synthetics. It's just like anything else. Like you have farmers markets that they grow. What makes to say that you guys go into their farms and you check if they're using synthetics? I'm pretty sure that they're using foyers and spray overs and feeding with crop salt, but that's to the level of them and their specialty and understanding agriculture. And you trust them to actually give product to the public. I can guarantee you if I go over there and I test for synthetics, I could find synthetics. I could take anything from Payless or any locally grown market and test for synthetics. And I will find synthetics because I know very well that there's not enough to produce organic matter here unless you have the equipment. And I'm a future entrepreneur that wants to push forward in developing clean medicine for vets, and not only for vets, for also the public. And I'm all about keeping people healthy. And I hate when I see poison on the island. Pretty much poison is like when I see product that has come out and they don't really actually know the ways to actually test it as an individual. Like seeing if you actually smoke bud or you smoke cannabis, you'll notice that if you could test for synthetics just by small things that you could take the bud and burn it, or the cannabis and burn it, and you see if it burns clear or white, then you could tell that majority of the synthetics are out. It was a good flush. But that's one thing that you guys don't test for. And what's not to say that, you know, the farmers market is doing that. I'm not saying that they are, but I can guarantee you that they're not all using organic. So why adopt, or why reinvent the wheel when we could just adopt what we have here, what works here, not what works in California, because that works in California because of their numbers, their margins. We're not going to adopt what Washington is doing or Colorado. It's like we could use them as a foundation and then from there break it down to what applies to the island. It's just that I see fit that it's going to be way harder, especially with our environment here on island. We here on island, it's a different animal growing. I can guarantee you that. We don't have the seasons like the stateside. So we turn to greenhouses. We turn to modifications of our homes just to even grow the product. So even at that, we have to fork out more power just to grow our own medicine. Is there going to be like a cut back on power or taxes for this? You know, like for like certain individuals that require the medicine that want to grow at their house? Is there going to be like tax cuts towards that? Like that's some questions that are coming about. Is like, if we're going to be so charged as individuals in the industry that want to be able to help others, I'm sorry, like say for instance, if I put you in a situation of what I want to do as an entrepreneur, I want to be able to go over to everybody's house and teach them how to grow good medicine in their house. And within the guidelines of the board, of course, but at the same time, that kind of like stops me, like as an entrepreneur, to actually go and say, hey, I could do this, this, and this, and this for you, but I can't receive money. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ask if you could grow one plant for me and donate it back to me, because, you know, like the access to medicine has been so hard, just waiting and waiting and waiting. And it becomes so frustrating that, you know, it's like we're jumping back and forth. Do I do business? Do I become a producer? Do I become a farmer? Like we're losing money just waiting on you guys. And at the same time, I want to give me losing money. I'm losing money out of my own pocket just to provide medicine free to veterans. And that's what makes it frustrating for me. Like I need to make money too in order to support what I love doing, and that's helping people. So like, I apologize if I'm jumping all around. I have a lot of stuff in my head, and I do suffer from PTSD, and like I have hypervigilance, and I apologize for that. But yeah, that's pretty much my testimony. It's just frustrating. And all I want to do is just help. I want to help the island. I want to help the vets, especially with the high numbers that we have here. And hopefully you guys can make some changes to the law or to the board, because there's a lot of things that I see fit that's not going to work. And I would highly suggest that you extend this before actually making any final decisions. Extend to a couple more public hearings so you can hear more from the people. Just having one weekend or 3 days is not enough to get enough data and analytics to see what the people want. Because if you do something that you do, sorry. You're good. Yeah. If you do something and you just, it's not in favor of the people, pretty much you're gonna have retaliation. And there's a lot of people on the black market. I'm not saying that it's, you can guarantee, like you guys did your studies too. And I saw a news clip where they actually showed that they actually got cannabis from the black market. Those individuals are just gonna, they wanna go legit, to tell you the truth. They really wanna go legit and have a provided medicine, but it comes down to that. And this is all real talk. That they have to do that in order to access their medicine. And there's a lot of vets that go that route just to live their life, just to live their everyday life from the terrors of war that they had to suffer. They have to turn to the black market.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
true.
Regis.
And that's all. There's a lot
Do
of
I have
changes.
questions from the members of the board?
Please ask, because I have answers too.
Okay, if no questions. Is there anyone else who would like to testify? We can't give you much
Madam
time.
Chair, if I could just ask Mr. Regis, who has a lot of insight, I would really appreciate if you can jot things down and give him written testimony, since you have a lot of insight that we would like to review and consider. So I do look forward to a written testimony from you, Mr. Regis.
And at the same time, I would like to ask, are any of you guys farmers? Do you guys cultivate? Like, it just not even cannabis in itself.
We have representatives from the Department of Agriculture on the board, and we consult with their agency and their technical experts.
Okay, and at the same time, have those individuals actually grown cannabis here on island? Like outdoor and indoor in control environments? This is where I get really technical, because this game is way harder than a lot of people think it is.
I would imagine so. I can answer that, Mr. Regis. And we've been here all day. We're at the close right now. But I do take, I echo Director Ariela's sentiment in that I encourage written comments or written testimony. I heard some of your points about limitations on farmers or cultivators and synthetics. But if there are other specific recommendations you have, data, arguments, or views, we'd really appreciate you submitting those, specific recommendations in writing. So thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And at the same time, hopefully we come to a solid, how do you say, compromise towards the policy and laws for Guam, because we don't have to use Colorado or Washington or any of these other legal states, because we write our own laws, and it's up to you guys to actually bring it to the people, give them what they want. And at the same time, you're going to see a dramatic increase in the industry and where the island's going to make money, where we're not going to need GMH, or we're going to have multiple GMHs, but it's going to be to the point where we're going to have facilities that can provide for the people. And people are going to want to go to those facilities.
Okay, we are at the close. I just want to make some final comments before we finish. I want to, first of all, I thank you, Director Herrera. I see you're sharing a copy of the proposed rules and regulations on the chat. And I appreciate everyone who's come out to testify in the last couple of days and throughout this day, and appreciate that they want to submit written testimony. You know, we've been working on this since we were appointed. None of us knew this was going to happen when we were appointed in April, end of April 2019. And so everybody had to hit the ground running. And I would say I am one of the members of the public on the board, along with two others, Mr. Parkinson and Secretary Herrera. And we, by law, the representatives of the board are the heads of the relevant agencies: revenue and taxation, public health and social services, mental health, behavioral health and wellness, Department of Agriculture, and the chief of police. And these are the government representatives by law on the Cannabis Control Board. And I want to just take this opportunity to thank all of our members for the amount of time that you've devoted, in addition to your jobs, to reach out to subject matter experts, technical experts, reach out to other, the AG's office, to other states, and to other medical cannabis boards and regulators. I know some of you have taken the initiative, to go on your own dime or time, learn, attend conferences. I know I attend my fair share of webinars and conferences, especially as they relate to the law in cannabis. And I want to emphasize that I appreciate and I see the hard work. And we're a public board, and we're subject to the open government law. And every meeting that we've had has been noticed in accordance with law and has been open to the public. And we've actually had an opportunity for public comment at every single meeting that we've had. And if you read the open government law, that's not always necessarily required or the case. Members of the public can come. They don't necessarily have to be involved in the actual discussion of the board, but we've always invited that because we recognize that we've been charged with something monumental, with something new, and something, it's emerging. And so we've really encouraged and appreciated all of the public participation that we've gotten from the beginning. And I can tell you, I know that many people have commented to me, Vanessa or Madam Chair, why are you making us read line by line every single proposed rule in every meeting? And I've heard comments that they've never seen that before. That's what we did. We did it in every meeting. So all 133 pages has gone over out loud in meetings that were published and noticed in the past year and a half. So this is not new. The language that we're discussing is not new. We've always encouraged participation. I'm really happy to see that the number of participants that we've had throughout these public hearings. I wish we'd had the same level of participation for the last year and a half, honestly, because we discuss these rules line by line. But it's not too late. That's why we're here. We're at the public hearing. We heard you. We appreciate it. There were definitely several issues where we knew, okay, well, maybe we're not going to reach a consensus today, discussing a year ago, but maybe this will come to light, during the public hearing. And I think that, I've gotten a lot more information from the public to, give me an indication of what this community wants. So I just wanted to share that because I know that there are people who are here who've been with us throughout these 3 nights. And I think that, we've tried our darndest to bring everybody along with us every single step of the way. And now we're here. These rules are also online. The hard copies have been provided, as I mentioned at the beginning of each hearing. The physical copies were available at the Department of Agriculture, Director's Office in Mi'ilao. They also have been online. We provided them to the media, I think months ago. So although voluminous, 133 pages, we hoped and expect that people have had more than reasonable opportunity to read these and provide their comments and their written comments in accordance with the administrative adjudication law, and in a manner that will allow us to timely meet or finish our job. I can't say meet our mandate because we're beyond it. Our mandate was to do it by April 2020. We didn't meet it. The pandemic hit right as we were hoping to have our public hearings, and 2020 happened. But here we are. So with that said, I know we're going a little over time. We had asked that any written comments at the beginning of our hearings, we had said, submit your written comment to the emails. We asked that they be submitted by 5 p.m. today. What I wanted to ask of our members of the board, as you can see, there are many who have testified today, and I haven't seen their written comments come in. If we believed it was appropriate and permissible for them to submit written comments beyond today.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, Director Arreola.
Motion for receiving of written testimony to be extended until close of business Monday.
Do I have a second?
Second that.
All in favor? You can raise your hands.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. I think that we will try to get the word out, reach out to our media partners. For those who are on here, please share, and we can see if we can put a notice that we will continue to accept written testimony until close of business Monday. That should allow us sufficient time to receive any additional comments and review it before our next meeting, which we hope to be scheduled the following week.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
And just so the public knows, and Daphne, the Director of the Department of Rev and Tax, whose compliance board receives this, when you do send your comment, you will get a notification back that your comment was received, just in case you think that you sent it to the wrong email. So if you did not get the comment or the notification back, you may want to check your email address that you sent it to, because you should get a notice.
Thank you. Thank you for confirming that. So you will continue to accept written comments. We thank you again to our board members, for all your hard work and your patience and agreeing to do hearings at night and on your weekend. And thank you to the staff and our team at Rev and Tax. I know I'm not naming everyone. I know that Craig and Gerard and Camille have been there throughout the evenings and weekend. Also sacrificing, your personal time above and beyond your obligations and for, the good of the public and the community. And we really appreciate that. And lastly, thank you so much to all of our public, all the people who've come out and provided comment or come just observed, and who have, shared what's been going on and gotten more people to participate. I'm glad to see some of your faces. You know, we've had people from the very beginning, which is awesome. And I'm glad to see new faces and hear from a lot of different voices and perspectives. And we really hope for that. And, you know, I'm very, very pleased that we were able to hear from so many people. Hopefully we'll be able to, you know, I strongly encourage you to get your comments in by the end of Monday, so that we can make that a part of the record. Because everything that's been testified today, you know, regardless of how a rule turns out ultimately after the board's deliberation, all of that goes to the legislature and becomes part of the public record forever and ever. Amen. And so you'll continue to be heard. The legislature will receive that and their wisdom, either, you know, adopt, repeal, make amendments if they can. So, you know, you'll continue to be heard. So thank you so much for all of you who've joined us. And Sizus Masi, I've really enjoyed hearing from everyone. Thanks again. And we are adjourned.